306. And the appearances today.
Andrea Will and Sean Wohler appear on behalf of the state. Also present at council table, Detective Justin Cotney, Marcia Perugini, and Assistant DA Melissa Zillaby.
Morning, Your Honor. Zachary Zahawi and Merle Josty on behalf of Mr. Rasch. He's present before the court. Also present is Samantha Denhamer.
All right. We prepared for the jury?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
No problem. All right. Bring in the jury, please.
I think it's $3.99, but
All right. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Question of the day. The question of the day is there anyone who did not follow the rules the court set down last evening and every evening prior to last evening? No one has raised their hand. There was a question that was asked yesterday about the protection of your names as jurors, and I checked on it, and in fact the juror list is a sealed document in the court file, so it cannot be opened, so the public does not have access to your names as jurors. So, on a lighter note, you have peanut butter balls that my wife dipped last night, so you can try those. And for those of you who haven't figured it out by the name, they contain peanut butter. So if you have a nut allergy, please stay away from that particular product. And if you think they're any good, I'll bring the recipe at some point or another later, early next week. So I actually got the recipe. A fun story about it is I got the recipe. An assistant district attorney in Dodge County had those peanut butter balls on a very nice little plate on his desk at Christmas time. And I was in talking to him about a case, and there was, I believe, when I got into the office, there was 6 of them presented very nicely on this sterling silver plate, and when I got out of the office, there was none of them. The next day, he showed up in court and he handed me a 3x5 recipe card in a plastic sleeve and said, my wife thought perhaps you may want this recipe. I said, I do, thank you. So, many, many years ago. Anyway.
State would call Tyler Anderson.
Sir, come on up here to come right around the court reporter. To my right, your left. Please be careful. There's a ramp that leads up to the witness stand. When you get to the top of the ramp, please stand and raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please proceed.
Good morning. Could you please state your first and last name and spell both?
Matthew Anderson, Matthew Anderson.
And sorry, and you go by Tyler, correct?
Tyler is my middle name, correct?
How are you employed?
I'm employed with the Mid-States Organized Crime Information Center, located in Springfield, Missouri.
And what is that organization?
So we are one of 6 national regional information sharing system centers across the U.S. Our center covers a 9-state region, primarily in the Midwest, and we provide case support to our member law enforcement agencies.
Does your organization only provide support to law enforcement agencies or private organizations as well?
Primarily in the criminal justice apparatus.
And generally, what type of support is provided by your, is there a short acronym for your organization?
Correct. We typically go by MOCIC.
Okay. And so what type of support does MOCIC provide?
So we provide everything from intelligence and information sharing, equipment loans, analytical support, research, and investigative support as well.
What is your current position within the organization?
My current position is the analytical supervisor. So I oversee both criminal intelligence as well as digital forensics analyst and provide case support to agencies as well.
And what does that mean, digital forensics analyst?
So digital forensics analysts typically extract any type of seized or search warrant cell phones. They can do audio and visual clarification, things of that nature.
And do you also provide mapping for location information on phones?
Correct. So the criminal intelligence analysts, they provide anything from timelines, association charts, mapping cellular records, social media records, things like that.
Do you typically get involved in a case from the very beginning, at the end, right before the case goes to trial, or a combination of both?
It's a combination of both.
And do you assist district attorney's offices as well in preparing demonstrative evidence for trials?
We do.
And do you personally have prior law enforcement experience?
Not sworn prior law enforcement experience. I started as a criminal intelligence analyst at MOCIC in 2019, and prior to that, I was a criminal intelligence analyst with the Missouri State Highway Patrol, performing the same basic duties.
With respect to just cell phone mapping and the analyzing of cell phones, what training have you received?
So I've received 2 separate 40-hour-long courses from FBI's National Domestic Communication Assistance Center, and that training just provided the interpretation and analysis of cellular records. I also was in a 40-hour course with Hawk Analytics, now Leads Online, so that provided the mapping and analysis of cellular records and certification with that program as well. And I also have around 30 plus hours of individual web-based, location-based training for cellular records, Google records, social media records, things of that nature as well.
And I don't know if you can estimate this, we'll say in the last 2 years, approximately how many different cases have you worked on to perform cell phone mapping?
So we typically average about 100 cases per year, and 75% of those would be directly related to cellular mapping and analysis.
Now, drawing your attention to sometime after June of 2024, were you, well, let me ask you this first. Does MOCIC have a contract with the Dodge County Sheriff's Office to provide services on their investigative cases if they need additional analytical support?
So they pay a yearly membership fee, and with that, they can use our analytical services or any other organization services.
So just so that it's clear, there is a cost to your service, but it's basically a flat fee regardless of the number of cases that you work for the Dodge County Sheriff's Office. Is that accurate?
Correct. It depends on the size of the agency.
And did you provide those services for a homicide investigation that began for the Sheriff's Office in June of 2024?
I did.
And did those services include location mapping for Google data information and cell tower information?
It did.
So how does the Dodge County Sheriff's Office then get you information? What is that process?
So typically a detective or someone from the Sheriff's Office will contact us and then request whatever assistance they may need, and then securely share that information via our risk files system.
So, and what is a risk file system? What does that mean?
So it's just a secure sharing platform, so they can upload the documents they receive from the phone provider or Google or whomever.
And document sharing, can these files sometimes be very large that are sharing back and forth between agencies?
They could be.
Now, we talked about cell tower mapping. What is a cell tower?
So it's basically a structure that has antennas on it, in which the antenna and a phone or device will communicate with each other.
And in a rural area, are there a lot of cell towers or not a lot of cell towers generally?
Generally, there's not as many cell towers in rural areas.
And I don't know if this is your first time to Dodge County or not, but generally, would you describe this area as a rural area?
Correct.
And in a more suburban or metropolitan area, just for example, well, I guess we'll take you reside in Missouri, correct?
I do.
So we'll take, say, Branson, Missouri, which is a tourist location similar to the Wisconsin Dells. To compare it to Wisconsin, are there a lot of cell towers in that area?
It would all depend on the population and infrastructure needs.
So is there an area in Missouri that would have a large concentration of cell towers?
Larger cities.
For example, what city in Missouri would have more cell towers than, say, a rural area?
St. Louis, Kansas City, Springfield.
Now, what type of location information can a cell tower provide?
So it can provide the latitude and longitude of the cell tower itself. It can provide the record or timestamp of that individual phone record. It can provide the sector or side of the tower that was utilized. And depending on the type of record, it can also provide the approximate distance the phone was from the tower based off timing delay.
Now going to Google data information, what is that?
Are you referring, can you
So
clarify?
if I give, well, let's just go, in this case, you received both cell tower information and Google data information, correct?
Correct.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit and moved into evidence, exhibit 296. This was moved in through Detective Michael Lake. If we could have the projector, please, Judge. Oh, okay.
You do.
Thank
You
you.
did.
Thank you.
I'm on top
And
of
we'll
my game
start.
this morning.
We'll start with, so this is now the opened flash drive of Exhibit 296. We'll start with that document at the very top, which is a phone number, 920-344-2922, which is Zachariah Rasch's phone number. And what are we, I'm not going to have you go in detail here, but generally what are we looking at here? This first column, what does this show us?
It shows you the date of the record,
And then the next column,
the time of the record,
the next column,
the duration of the record,
and then the next column.
the target number or the calling number.
So would this be then, for example, an outgoing call, incoming call, or we can't see that from this precise record that we have here?
So these specific records are what Verizon refers to as RTT, and so there is no incoming and outgoing calls. It's just records based off the phone itself and its communication with the tower.
And what does that mean, communication with the tower then? What types of things would communicate with the tower?
So your phone is anywhere you move across, time and space. Your phone is constantly reaching out to the tower to try and determine, which tower is best for that particular device as far as the optimal signal.
So then going to the next column, column E, what is that?
That is an IMEI. It's the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. So that's just the unique identifier of the physical phone itself.
And so if I looked on the physical phone that was possessed by Zachariah Rasch, it would have that IMEI number.
It would have an IMEI, correct?
And that gets communicated over through the tower, basically, that IMEI number.
No, it typically is just a unique identifier for a specific phone.
Okay. The next number.
That is the IMSI, which is just Verizon subscriber identity for this particular phone.
And how is that number determined?
It is determined by the phone provider.
So does Verizon assign that number then to the device?
Yes.
Okay. And then this next column, G, that appears to be empty with these records. Is that accurate? Or at least with the records that we can see right now?
Correct. So that column indicates 5G cell towers. So if there are no 5G cell towers within a particular area, you will not get any of those records.
Okay, and then moving to column H.
And so that's called an eNode B ID. So each individual cell site or cell tower will have a unique identifier, and that is one of those unique identifiers. And they also provide the sector or side of the tower that was utilized, which is also in that column.
Okay, and we'll get to in a minute what you do with these records, but I just want to kind of demonstrate the difference between the two records. So closing this out and now going to the Zach and Crystal Rasch 2008 record, which is at the very bottom, and it says Google data. So on this first page, there's a tab at the very bottom. It says subscriber info. So going to the third line, it says name. Who would enter that information?
That would be provided by whomever originally signed up for that Google account.
And then the same thing with given name and family name. Is that provided by the subscriber who signed up for the account?
Correct.
And then going down, it says created on. I guess the specific email we have is that Gmail address, Zach and Crystal 2008 at gmail.com. That's the email address, but also the Google ID, correct?
So when you say Google ID,
Or just that Google, that's how we sort of track, that's the Google name that we're referencing
correct.
here. The next line, created on, what does that indicate?
That indicates the time the account was created.
Okay, and then the final line that we'll go through today is the terms of service IP address. What is that?
So whenever you create an account, you have to opt into or agree to the terms of services for Google, and that's just the IP address that was used by the user at that time.
Okay, and then we'll go to the last tab at the bottom of the page, which is the location history. And let's start right at the very top. There's sort of a disclaimer at that top box. What is that disclaimer at the top about the location information?
So that basically describes that the estimated device location it comes with a latitude, longitude, and an estimated radius, and that is what that disclaimer is referencing.
So this doesn't necessarily tell us this person is at the exact location. We would have to use other investigative techniques to confirm this information, correct?
Correct.
So then going, this first line, we have a timestamp, and what does that tell us there?
So typically Google will provide all of their records in UTC, which is Universal Time Coordinated Time Format.
And we did have testimony about this, but do you know the adjustment in Wisconsin in June? So I think that would be Central Daylight Time in June.
It would be -5 hours from UTC.
And then I think we need to scroll all the way over now on this, and we'll get additional information. What do we have now here?
So in column B, you will see the timestamp adjusted to, central, and then you'll also have the latitude and longitude of the estimated device location. And then you'll have the estimated radius of that location.
What does that mean, the estimated radius?
So typically, since these are estimated device locations, Google will provide an estimated radius stating that the device is likely somewhere within that amount of meters or location.
And then column F.
It's the source of the record.
And GPS, most people know what that means, but what does that mean, GPS?
It's global positioning satellites.
And then the column G?
It's the device tag or a unique ID for location history for this device.
And how is that number generated, if you know?
It's generated through Google.
Okay. And then H.
It's just the platform of the service, so if Android.
So if we were using an Apple device, for example, it would likely be a different platform, correct?
It would likely be.
So now, these two different records, what do you ultimately do with these type of record? Well, let's start with the tower information. What do you do with that information to then create a demonstrative a device that shows us some potential location information for the phone?
Right, so we take that information and we ingest it into a software program we use called Cellhawk, and it will visually depict the records in cartographic format or mapping format.
And are you trained on the use of Cellhawk?
I am.
And when you input the data into Cellhawk, is there something that you do to ensure the accuracy of the end product that you get from Cellhawk?
We have a peer review process, and then we also spot check. So we take the records within the program and then compare it to an outside program, whether it be Google Earth, Google Maps, just that latitude and longitude.
And did you do that in this case?
I did.
And then likewise with the Google data, do you use that same software or something else?
Same software, correct.
And then do you have that same spot checking procedure?
Correct, for all of our products.
Okay. So we can close out of Exhibit 296. The date range in this case, did you map all of, well, first tower location, I believe you only mapped tower location for June 24th, 2024, correct?
Correct.
And just for that phone number, 2922, correct?
Correct.
For the Google data information, did you map from June, well, I think actually you mapped from June 26th to June 11th for Zach and Crystal Rasch, 2008, correct?
Correct.
And then Crystal Rasch, 86, correct?
Correct.
And then Crystal Rasch, 8.
There was no location records for that specific account.
And just for the record, you did map June 26th, but for the purposes of your testimony today, June 26th was removed from the exhibits, but the state has prepared Exhibit 399. Have you reviewed all of your demonstrative maps in anticipation of your testimony today?
Yes.
And those are all accurate and spot checked.
Correct.
And all of those maps, with the exception of that June 26th, are contained on State's Exhibit 399. Permission to move that into evidence at this time and begin displaying those to the jury.
Any objection?
So you should, I can give you a copy of 399, but that would have been just the original. Yeah, can you bring it up on the hard drive? Be on the MOCI. Yes. Can you do that? It's gonna take a while. Can we just give him this for now?
Oh, yeah, I just need to see what it is, though, before I can. Sure. Let me just copy these onto my.
Any objection?
No. No objection, Judge.
All right, will be received.
So starting, we're gonna start with the Verizon RTT records for that phone number. If we can just, thank you. So this is the sort of finished product, correct?
Correct.
And it's gonna be an animated program, correct?
Correct.
And it moves through pretty fast, so if we can just slow down the playback speed to 0.05. And so we'll, you were provided some information from the Dodge County Sheriff's Office. Is that accurate for significant locations as part of the investigation? Is that accurate?
Correct.
So this red, there's already been testimony here that this red pen here, that's N3251 Wood Road, Juneau, Wisconsin, and we know from testimony that that is Zachariah Rasch's residence. Is that your understanding?
It is.
And then way up here in the top left-hand corner of the map, we have 2 blue pens, and it's 3356 9th Avenue, Wisconsin Dells, and then another blue pen on top of that, which reads Rasch, second property. May not know this, but this is some property owned by his grandparents up in Adams County. But those are 2 residences that were provided by the Sheriff's Office for your reference point, correct?
Correct.
So then we're going to start playing the exhibit here. And if we can just pause it for 1 moment. And we're pausing it 2 seconds in. So we see this vector here, which sort of looks red on this screen, but it was sort of in a tan color, correct? But this vector, what does this represent, this larger half circle?
So that represents the approximate distance that the device was from the cell site.
And then we have this smaller point here with a time, 12:59 and 8 seconds. So 12:59 and 8 seconds a.m. Central Standard Time. And then there's another marker here. What does that represent?
That represents the physical location of the cell site.
Okay. And when you say cell site, cell tower, correct? Okay, and we'll keep playing at 2 seconds here. Oh, pause one more time, I'm sorry. And the date of this was June 24th, 2024, correct?
Correct.
And pause one more time. Now we saw sort of some vectors over, or cell site contact over on the left side of the Wood Road residence. Now pausing at 10 seconds, we see at 2:53 and 58 seconds in the AM in the morning, this half moon shape here. Again, what is that showing us?
So that arc represents the approximate distance that the device was from the cell site or cell tower.
Now, given the location of the residence, does this necessarily mean that the phone is moving?
No.
Why not?
Well, it's an individual record, and you can't determine movement based off that.
But it is making contact with 2 different towers, correct?
Correct.
And so even though it's making contact with 2 different towers, we can't say necessarily that the phone is moving, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So keep playing at 10 seconds. And pausing at 13 seconds. And we see that time continue to elapse in the early morning hours, correct?
Correct.
Now, does that mean that there's communication, phone calls, data sessions, someone manipulating the phone, or is that something else?
It could be all of the above. So typically with Verizon RTT records, they don't specify what is the specific trigger for the record as far as the source, but they indicate, they provide all of these timestamps and records based off network efficiency, so to speak.
Okay, so we'll continue playing at 14 seconds. Pausing at 25 seconds. Now we're at 6:37 a.m. and it looks like there's a larger half circle and a tower that on the map looks like in the Columbus area at 6:37 a.m. Again, can we say that the phone is necessarily moving at this point?
No.
Okay, continue playing at 25 seconds. So pausing at 55 seconds, what are we seeing on the map now?
So these are just all of these records from Verizon, and they could appear, seconds apart, but you're seeing all of the individual approximate distances of the device from the cell tower.
Does that mean the phone is moving?
Correct, yes.
That does mean the phone is moving at this point. Are we, okay. So now continuing to play at, so the time, we've got lots of bouncing here, but it looks like we're about 1:50 p.m. Central Time, correct?
Correct.
So continuing to play at 55 seconds. And pause at 1 minute. What did we just see there?
Just the overall movement of the device to the northwest.
And then is that a demonstration of what then cell towers it would have been communicating with along that route?
Correct.
And then looks like the time, there's a couple of tower indications at the very top of the screen, and it would be 3:27 p.m., correct? I don't know if you can see that far.
Correct.
Starting to play at 1 minute. Pausing at 1:03. What are we seeing now?
So you see the movement of the device now to the south, heading towards the southeast.
And it looks like right now at the pausing at 4:01 time, the most recent time is 4:19 p.m. Continue to play at 1 minute and 4 seconds, please. And pause at 1 minute and 12 seconds. So now, according to the mapping software, we're about, there's several different times, but the latest time appears to be 6:27 p.m. What did we just observe on the map?
Could you clarify?
I'll ask it this way. Did we continue to see the phone move back towards the Wood Road address?
Correct.
Continuing to play at 1 minute and 12 seconds. And then this animation ends at 1 minute and 35 seconds, and it looks like the last time that we have on here, I believe is 1:53 p.m. Central Daylight Time, and it appears that 11:53 Central Daylight Time. It appears that the device, once it gets to that Wood Road address, likely remains at that Wood Road address, correct? I mean, we can't say for certain but it doesn't seem to go a great distance, at least from that address.
Within that area, correct.
Now, so we'll close out of that map and go to, then you did an overlay of the data and the cell tower, correct?
The Google location history and the Verizon RTT records, correct.
So we'll open up that and we can just play that at the regular speed. This is for the same time period, right? June 24th for the entire day, correct?
Correct.
And I'm just going to pause one moment. At 18 seconds, we see some purple numbers start to pop up by that red pen. What are those purple numbers?
Those are the Google location history records.
And then there's going to be sort of a circle around those numbers. What does that circle indicate?
That indicates the radius of that record.
And that was that column that we saw on the records, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Continue to play at 16 seconds, please. Just going to pause at 48 seconds. Are the Google location information and the tower location information, do they appear to be relatively consistent in time and location in this demonstrative piece of evidence?
They do.
Okay, continuing to play at 48 seconds. And then ending that animation at 1 minute and 36 seconds. Did we see that same movement, including the Google location information of the device going up to that Adams County residence and then returning back down to the Wood Road residence?
Correct.
Based on this animation, does it appear that the Google location information is relatively accurate for this device when you combine the tower location information? Obviously, law enforcement has other data points that they looked at as well, but just on these two, the two pieces of information here are consistent, correct?
Correct. Both record types are consistent.
And moving forward, did we rely just on Google location information for mapping?
Correct.
So we're going to go now work in reverse chronological order, starting with June 25th, and all of the mapping until we get June 11th is for the entire day, correct?
Correct.
So on June 25th, 2024, and these are all just for that Zach and Crystal Rasch 2008, except for when indicated, correct?
Correct.
And that's that subscriber indicated as Zach Rasch, correct?
Correct.
So And if we could just slow this down, we'll do this like 0.06, please. Perfect. Or point, that's fine, half speed. I'm just going to pause it 1 second at 4 seconds, just so the record is clear here. Now, before the Wood Road address was in the very bottom right-hand corner of the map. Now it's sort of in the top portion of the map, correct?
Correct.
We still have the purple circles for this Google data, correct?
Correct.
And that still indicates the same thing, the radius.
Correct.
And will the map move as the location moves to capture the location of the phone?
It depends on the map.
Okay. So starting at 4 seconds, so just so the record to right now, we're at 2:57 a.m. I just wanted to ask you, I think we asked this, but I just wanted to clarify. We see something's happening with the phone. Does this necessarily mean that someone is manipulating the phone at 2:57 a.m.?
No.
So what, again, for the Google data, what could that mean?
So with the Google data, typically those record types can be triggered either actively using any type of Google service or passively. So that being said, if you have an app running in the background, or if for Gmail, if you receive an email without actively looking at your phone, that could potentially trigger a location record.
So we would have to look at other things, like you're familiar with Celebrate downloads, correct?
Correct.
So we would have to look at things like Celebrate downloads to see if there was interaction with the phone or other points of reference, correct?
Correct.
So starting at 4 seconds then on June 25th. So pausing at 28 seconds, it's 3:04, and it looks like the phone just traveled to a location in Exonia. Is that accurate?
I'm not aware of the geography,
But the map here, the phone is now at a location right here. It says Exonia, correct?
correct. Southeast from the Woods Road property area.
And it will continue to play here.
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
So pausing at 38 seconds.
Go ahead. bring in the jury. Attorney Will, please continue.
Okay, we left off at 38 seconds on June 25th, 2024. So we'll continue. And then it looks like it ends at 47 seconds. And just before it ended, it showed the phone. The data information shows traveling 16 up through, and again, I know you're not familiar with this area, but it's the Watertown area, and then north on 26 back to that Wood Road address. Does that seem accurate?
Correct.
And I'm just going to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 8. And I'll just show you this quickly. This is a map, and there's a little green pin right here. And on the legend, it indicates Maple Street, and on the map it says work for the defendant's work. Is that accurate that you see on Exhibit 8?
Correct.
And I know there's a lot of information. I can tell you based on the testimony that that work is located in Ixonia. The defendant's residence is right here. Obviously, this is a zoomed out map because it includes that Adams County address on it. But when the phone travels down to Ixonia, it is likely to his work there. So then moving on to June, we did already view the 24th, so we'll move to the 23rd. Again, just that Google location information. We can go ahead and start, yes, playback speed, half speed, please. So just pausing it at 4 seconds. It's 2 a.m. The location information showing the phone at that Wood Road address again. Is that correct?
The area.
The area.
Correct.
Thank you. And press play. Just pause it there. So right before we're pausing it at 8 seconds, right before we paused it, the circle kind of moved a little bit down the screen. Can we gather any information from that?
Typically not with an isolated record.
Okay. So press play again. And pause. So now we're at 22 seconds at 11:07 a.m. And you can see the phone is just north of that Beaver Dam area on the map, correct?
Correct.
We'll keep playing. At 20, we started again right at the same spot we left off. And pause at 28. At 28 seconds, by 2:03 p.m., now the phone left that Beaver Dam area, and the Google location data shows it back in the area of the Wood Road address, correct?
Correct.
Playing again at 28 seconds. You could pause again, please. So here, we're at 4:35 p.m., and we keep seeing the circle radius change. Can we say anything about that?
So typically with the Google records, if the radius is a lot larger, it's indicative of Google's use of the cell tower for their data source.
And the use of the cell tower, does that tell us anything about the movement of the phone?
It's such a large area that they're referencing the estimated device location based off the location of the cell tower, so it's difficult to say that.
Could at least it tell us that it's no longer making connection with any kind of Wi-Fi signal? Or not? Could it not even tell us that?
No, typically these records are, could be seconds apart. So.
Okay, thank you. So continuing to play at 32 seconds. And pausing. If we can just rewind just a little bit. This moves very fast sometimes. So here we just backed up at 39 seconds, and at 7, so on this map here, it's showing us at 7:33 p.m. The phone is in the area of the Wood Road address, and then it pops up at 7:42 p.m. Just north. Can that be indicative of movement of the phone?
It could be. It would largely depend on the source.
Okay. And just for reference, June 23rd is a Sunday. So continuing on at 39 seconds. And now we end at 46 seconds, and we're at 10:56 p.m., and it appears that the phone remained in that area of that Wood Road address, correct?
At the end of the record, correct.
Now going on to the 22nd of June, which is a Saturday. So we're starting at 12:13 a.m. and we have a circle. And again, you previously testified. It just means that something's communicating with the phone, not necessarily that the user is manipulating the phone, correct?
Correct.
Oh, yes, thank you. Slow it. Slowing down the speed again. So just pausing it at 22 seconds. So we're at, I think the earliest time I see on here is 11:03 a.m. So from the time it started until about 11:03, the phone remained in the area of Wood Road, correct?
Correct.
And then the phone jumped down to this area to the south, which you can't see the city name on the map, but we know from testimony that that is the Watertown area, and it looks like we have information 11:03, 11:24, and 11:29 that the phone is in that area. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm continuing to play at 22 seconds, and then pausing, and then the phone jumps back up to that Wood Road address area just after 12 p.m. Is that accurate?
Correct.
So continuing at 25 seconds. Pause at 37 seconds. So then we have the phone jumping down. Now we're at 6:35 p.m. Jumping to the area now south of that Watertown area, correct?
Correct.
Continuing to play at 37 seconds. Pause. So then we had the phone, if we could just rewind that, please. So start, so we had some data at 6:55 p.m. and it goes, it looks like we have, so 7:14 and 7:21 traveling north on 26, and then 7:27 and 7:32 p.m. in the area of Wood Road, and then over here at 7:38, this area in the white, which looks like, and you probably wouldn't know that, but I can tell you, it looks like the village of Reeseville. Would that mean that the phone went over to that area?
It would all depend on the record, so you have to take the totality of the records into account and not
Okay.
just rely on an isolated record.
Okay, so I press play again. And then it ends at 47 seconds. And then after that little time that the phone goes over to the Reeseville area, the phone does appear to, I guess, the data appearing to go over to the Reeseville area. The phone returns to that Wood Road area and then appears to remain in that Wood Road area, correct?
Correct.
And then the time on this document at 6:22 ends at 11:26 p.m., correct?
Correct.
So now going June 21st. We're starting at 12:35 a.m. on June 21st. I think actually started at 12:30 p.m., but we'll go ahead and play. And we're still on that Wood Road area of that Wood Road address, correct?
Correct.
And then we have small gap in data Can you just pause it there at 20 seconds? That small gap in data, can we gather anything from that?
Not reliably.
Okay. And play at 20 seconds. Still, now we're at noon, still at that Wood Road address. And pause there. So now we're at 28 seconds and 2:22 p.m. So this is going to be Friday, June 21st. By 2:22 p.m., it appears the phone is now in that Exonia area, which we know is the defendant's work, correct?
Correct.
And then play, please. And then again, like before, the phone travels kind of through that water. We ended at 48 seconds again on that on June 21st, and the phone travels up through that Watertown area and then back to the area of the Wood Road residence. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now moving to the 20th, which would be Thursday. The data starts at 12:18 in the morning. Phone's at the Wood Road address again, correct?
Correct.
And then travels down to Watertown and around 10:18, and then by 11:30 is back up to the Wood Road address, correct?
Correct.
And then it looks like the phone then travels back down to his place of employment in Exonia, correct?
Correct.
And then remains there through the evening hours. And then the phone travels back to the Wood Road address, correct?
The area, correct.
The area of the Wood Road address, thank you. Going to the 19th. You can just do this at .067. Starts out in the area of the Wood Road address on the 19th, which would be a Wednesday, correct?
On the 19th, correct.
And then we'll pause that at 16 seconds. Looks like it traveled up to the Beaver Dam area briefly, correct?
Correct.
And is now in the Watertown area around 8:30 in the morning on the 19th, correct?
Correct.
Then we'll continue playing at 17 seconds. And then by 9:30 a.m., back to the area of the Wood Road address, correct?
Correct.
And then by 2 p.m., back to the area of his place of employment, correct?
Correct.
And then the phone returns to the area of the Wood Road address, correct?
Correct.
Going to the 18th now, which would be Tuesday. Starts out, you can leave it at this speed, it's fine. Starts out at the Wood Road address, correct?
The area, correct?
And then pausing here just for a moment, 18 seconds, it looks like in the morning, around 9:15, it travels up to the area of Beaver Dam, correct?
Correct.
And then pausing again at 18 seconds, travels over to Heartland, and then back to the Wood Road address, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry, Hartford. And then by 2 o'clock, it's back in that Exonia area, his place of employment, correct?
Correct.
And then at the end, we show it traveling back to the area of the Wood Road address for the rest of the evening, correct?
Correct.
Now going to the 17th, which is Monday. Starts out again in the area of the Wood Road address. Pausing it there, it looks like the data at least travels north again, correct?
Correct.
That's just north of the Oak Grove area. Is it good to Juneau? It is in the Juneau area where we are right now, where the courthouse is located. So continue playing here. Then goes back to the Wood Road address, correct?
Correct.
And then it looks like travels back to his place of employment, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then goes back to the area of the Wood Road address at the end of the animation, correct?
Correct.
Going to the 16th, Sunday. Starting out again at that area of the Wood Road address, correct?
Correct.
And then it looks like, just pause that for a moment. The phone, and back it up just for a moment for me. Looks like around 12:13. Sorry, we're on the 16th, which is a Sunday. Looks like the phone does go up to the Juneau area around 12:13 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And then I saw it bounce down to the Watertown area, but maybe not. Looks like just back to the Wood Road. Oh, yep, right down there at 2:45 p.m. It's now in the Watertown area on Sunday, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and continue to play. And then by 4 p.m., it's back in the area of that Wood Road address, correct?
Correct.
And it looks like it remains there for the rest of the evening on the Sunday the 16th, correct?
Correct.
Now we're going to Saturday, June 15th. We'll slow this one down a little bit, please. The phone starts out again in the area of the Wood Road address, correct?
Correct.
And we're still in the morning of and it's still remaining in the area of that Wood Road address, correct?
Correct.
And then we see it travel up. Let's pause it there at 33 seconds. Oops. We can go back. So around, we are at 32 seconds. 4 p.m. It looks like it's traveling in the area of Beaver Dam here, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But we don't quite get data points at any of the shopping centers in the Beaver Dam area at this point, correct?
Correct.
And then press play, please. Oh, just pause there, 34. It looks like we do get at 4:12. It's in the area here of East Burnett and North University, correct? That's where the data point at least is, correct?
Correct.
Continuing to play, and then we get the data points going north in the area of the Walmart Supercenter and the potentially the Menards, correct?
Correct.
We can't say necessarily that the phone is in the Menards, just that that data is right underneath where the Menards location is, correct?
It's in the area. Correct.
Then we have the data point and that underneath the area of the Heritage Mall. Pen, correct?
Correct.
And then data points under the area of the Beaver Dam Food Pride. And it looks like then the data travels along 33 and then goes back to the area of the Wood Road address, correct?
That's correct.
And then for the evening, the evening hours so far remains at the Wood Road address. And then this animation ends at 1 minute and 23 seconds. having the phone remain at the area in the evening hours of June 15th, remaining in that area of that Wood Road address, correct?
Correct.
Moving to the 14th, which is a Friday. I believe this one we can play more at regular speed. I think just at regular speed. So it starts out in the area of the Wood Road address, correct?
Correct.
Then again, here we don't see anything. Can't necessarily say anything about that, correct?
No.
We can pause there. Looks like Travis back to the work, correct?
Correct.
Play. The phone remains at the area of his work till just past 11, and then travels back to the area of the Wood Road residence, correct?
Correct.
And then animation ends at 48 seconds, and the phone appeared to remain at that Wood Road, the area of the Wood Road residence on Friday the 14th, correct?
Correct.
Going to the 13th, which is Thursday. Play this one at regular speed. Starts out at the Wood Road address, correct?
The area, correct.
Looks like we're at 10 a.m., 11 a.m., 12, and then at 2 goes back to work on Thursday the 13th. And then the phone returns to the area of the Wood Road address and continue playing there. It appears to remain there for the remainder of the evening, correct?
Correct.
That animation was 48 seconds long. Now we're on Wednesday, June 12th. Play this one a little bit slower. So this starts out in the early morning hours, area of the Wood Road address. We're at 7 a.m., still in the area of the Wood Road address, correct?
Correct.
And then pause. I was pausing at 37 seconds. Now the phone at 9:19 a.m. looks like it's in that Beaver Dam area, correct?
Correct.
We'll play again. And then by 10:12 a.m., looks like back in the area of that Wood Road address, correct?
Correct.
And then it looks like by just before 2 p.m., the phone, we're pausing it at 55 seconds. The phone is back in Ixonia in the area of his work, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and play. Then he remains there till just past 11, and looks like the phone has then traveled back to the area of the Wood Road address, correct?
Correct.
And the animation ends at 1:36, and he remains at the area of the Wood Road address, correct? So we have, let's pause this real quick. So this, we'll play this, play it one time through just at normal speed. All right. So this is June 11th, just Zachariah Rasch's animation, correct?
Correct.
So this is up in Wisconsin Dells, correct? In the early morning hours area of Wisconsin Dells.
Correct.
Now it's 6 a.m., still remaining in Wisconsin, the Wisconsin Dells area. Pause. Looks like we had at 8:11 in the area, what's marked on the map, the Fawn Creek Winery and B&H Trout Fishing and Bait Shop. Again, doesn't mean that they were at those locations, but data in the area of those businesses marked on the map, which is in the sort of lower left-hand corner of the map, correct?
Correct.
Continue to play at 32 seconds. And then you see pause it there. Sort of a faster animation of the data traveling to the, I won't make you say this, the Oconomowoc area, and at 10:32, right? So this Oconomowoc, Okauchee Lake, Neshota right here on 67, correct?
Correct.
Continuing to play at 45 seconds. Looks like the data from the phone remains at that location. And pause. It remained there until about 11:42. Went a little bit south of where it started, correct?
Correct.
And now it looks like it's traveling south. I think starts on 67. And then is starting to travel east, starting at 11:53. Does that appear to be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. We can pause. And now it looks like the phone gets into the Hales Corners, Greendale area, correct?
Correct.
And that was at 1 minute, 12 seconds. Play. Pause, 1 minute and 17 seconds. Now we're at 1:13 p.m. The phone seems to kind of the data stays at a particular area for some amount of time, just east of what's marked as Greenfield on the map area, correct?
Correct.
Play. Now it goes a little south of that location. And just pause. Now, so then we see the data travel a little bit south. So it's just north of the marker of Greendale, and then it starts to travel west again towards the marker that says New Berlin around 2 o'clock p.m. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And again, we're still on Tuesday, June 11th. Play. And pause at 1:32. So now we see his phone data at 2:37 p.m. Traveling northwest in the area of Highway 164. I mean, we can't say necessarily that it's traveling on that roadway, correct?
Correct.
But in the area of that roadway anyway, correct?
Correct.
So play at 1:33 and pause. So now we're at 3:04, and it now looks like the data is traveling west, and it's just north of what's marked on the map, Monterey, the city of Monterey, and we're at time marker 1:38 in the animation play. And our map sort of pause, our map jumps over, and then the data starts appearing 3:37 p.m., starts appearing at that Wood Road address, correct?
Correct.
Play. So now we're at 6 p.m., still in the area of that Wood Road address, correct?
Correct. Pause it. We start to see a little bit of movement of the data to the east, right? If there were multiple records and depending on the source,
Okay.
that would be indicative, yeah.
And pause. Pause. And now at 3:03, so at 10:27 and at 10:35, we see the data moving to the north, to the Juneau area, correct?
Correct.
Play. And now the phone travels back to the area of Wood Road, correct?
Correct.
And then it remains in the area of Wood Road, it looks like, for the rest of that evening, correct?
Correct.
So then we'll exit out. And then you did get data records from what we believe to be information of Crystal Rasch's information, correct?
Correct.
And you made an animation of that Google data information, correct?
I did.
And those were similar, the formatting of the data was similar to the information that we viewed from Zachariah Rasch, the information that we viewed earlier in your testimony in Exhibit 296, where it gave us longitude and latitude, correct?
Correct.
And it would have given us that subscriber information and everything like that, correct?
Correct.
So going to that animation, we'll just play that in real time. And Crystal Rasch's is in red, correct?
Correct.
And looking at this, it appears to be consistent, but then we later did an overlay of the two information, correct?
Correct.
So it looks like that phone then also goes back to the Wood Road address, correct?
The area, correct.
The area. So if we can just back that up again to,
So is your mic off?
thank you. No, go for it, till 1:45. So we see it at 4:16 p.m. in the area of the Wood Road address, and if we can just play it. At 5:04, 5:28. Then appears to be a gap 6:38. $8:39, and that's the end. That gap in information, can we necessarily say anything about that gap in information?
No.
Okay. Now, you said you made an overlay of Zachariah Rasch's and Crystal Rasch's information, correct?
Correct.
For June 11th. And we'll go ahead and just play that one in real time. And again, Zachariah Rasch is in purple and Crystal Rasch is in red, correct?
Correct.
45 seconds pausing. They appear to be traveling, or phones at least appear to be traveling in the same area, correct?
Within the close proximity of each other, correct?
Because the data points are pretty close together. It's hard to discern a difference in the two data points, correct?
Correct.
Resuming play at 45 seconds. Pause at 50 seconds. Now we're in that South Milwaukee area, correct?
Correct.
And does that remain consistent that the data points appear to be overlapping, that it's hard to discern the different data points between the two devices in this overlay?
It does.
Play. And pause at 1:04. Again, then both devices appear to travel to the area of that Wood Road address by 4:16 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And there does not, at least from the data, there does not appear to be a substantial pause like we saw on the way down to the South Milwaukee area. That pause sort of in the South Milwaukee area, but no pause on the way back like we saw in that kind of Oconomowoc area, correct?
Correct.
And play at 1:04. And now with the overlay, same information, that the two devices remain at the area on that Wood Road address. And then just the purple seems to go up north, but not the red. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And then created one more document just isolating the time that the devices get to return back to the Wood Road address, correct?
Correct.
So if we can just open that up. Play that at half speed. So this would be starting at 3 p.m. on June 11th, and then ending at midnight, correct?
It would end at 2 a.m. on.
Oh, 2 a.m., thank you. On June 12th, 2024, correct?
Correct.
So if we can just pause that. So this shows when the devices get to that area just north of Monterey, correct?
Correct.
Okay, play. And can you tell which device is tracking there? Is that going to be Zach's device or Crystal's device, or is it hard to discern the... Oh. So that red one there is Crystal's, correct?
Correct.
And that's 11 seconds. You can play again. And then that red one there would be Crystal's again, correct?
Correct.
Can you just pause that for, can you go back? Back. So 309, traveling here, this is Crystal's, red, and then 311, pause. And there's a little indication here right below that. Can you read that from where you're sitting, what it says? Just south of that, the data point.
Waterton.
Say Watertown Regional Medical Center.
Yeah.
Okay. Got 15 seconds, play. And now it's traveling, the devices appear to be traveling or had a data point north of that location, correct?
Correct.
And then about 3:29, the devices arrive at the area of Wood Road, correct?
Correct.
And again, we're about 5:30. Both devices appear to remain at Wood Road, correct?
The area, correct.
Now we're at 7, still in the area of Wood Road, correct?
Correct.
Now 8 p.m., still in the area of Wood Road. If we can just pause. So now here at 10:04 p.m., we have a data hit just here to the east with Zach Rasch's device. Again, you said we would need more information, but it's just that we've seen his device over and over again, remaining at the area of Wood Road, correct?
Correct.
And this is the first time looking at all of these maps that we see this kind of pop over of that data in this area, correct?
Correct.
Okay, continue to play, please. Now 10:13, back in that area of the Wood Road address, and now it looks like went over on 26, and then back up into the Juneau area, correct?
Correct.
And then back down to Wood Road, and this is just Rasch's device, or Zachariah Rasch's device, correct?
During this time, correct.
And then it goes back to the area of the Wood Road address. And now we're at 11:45. At 1:12 a.m., still in the area of Wood Road address, correct?
Correct.
1:34 a.m., still in the area of Wood Road address, correct?
Correct.
And now we're just seeing that Zachariah Rasch device, correct?
At the end of the records, correct.
And then at the very end, at 2:32, just back up one more time to the time around 8:30, I think it is, 8:30 p.m. And just plain, is this 8:28 the last time that we get data information from Crystal Rasch's device, that red?
I believe at around midnight there's also a
Around
few
midnight,
records.
there's another one. So if we can go to that midnight on June 11th. So that, I guess it'd be June 12th.
Correct.
Is there one between 8:30 and midnight?
No.
So 8:30 and then midnight, and you take it to 2 a.m. and there's not another data point after midnight.
Correct.
And then if we can just play again till the end of the record. So that one is hers there at 12:07
Correct.
a.m. Just play till the end, which would be 2:32. So we're back at 1:12 a.m. Ending anyway, 1:34. Still in the area of that Wood Road address, correct?
Correct.
And now when we see those data points on Crystal Rasch's phone at 8:30 p.m. and 8:30 p.m. on June 11th, and around just after 12 a.m. on June 12th, you testified previously, that doesn't mean that she's interacting with the phone. That just means that there's some data usage on the phone, an app working in the background, or someone sending a message, or some interaction with the tower and the phone, correct? Or some interaction with something in the phone.
Correct.
Not even necessarily the tower, just some data source and the phone.
A Google service, correct.
I do not have any further questions.
All right, we will take our morning break, 15 minutes. All right, anything before we break?
No, thank you. No, thank you.
All right, Ross.
Good morning, Mr. Anderson.
Good morning.
The company that you work for, that's called Mid-States Organized Crime Information Center,
Correct.
and you said it went by the acronym that was, I think, MOCIC?
MOCIC?
Okay. Is that a governmental agency or is that a private entity?
So we're technically a nonprofit, but receive grant funding from the Department of Justice.
Okay. And you indicated that your work comes from essentially membership dues, annual fees that are paid by various law enforcement agencies?
Correct.
Okay. And you're based out of Springfield, Missouri?
Correct.
When you're given a project or a case to assist on, is it fair to say that you're provided with data from the law enforcement agency
Correct.
and you don't request data yourself?
No.
You don't have any subpoena power to get data from cell phone providers or Google or anyone else?
No.
So it's the law enforcement agency that determines the time frame of the records to request
Correct.
and which records they want to have you analyze.
Correct.
You went through a lot of the mapping visuals for the past couple of hours this morning, and the earliest visual that we saw was for data that was from June 11th of 2024. You'd agree with that?
Correct.
Did you receive any data prior to June 11th of 2024?
It's possible. Correct.
You did or you didn't?
I did.
You did. Did you analyze that data as well?
I only analyzed what was requested by the law enforcement agency.
And was the request then analyze the data from June 11th moving forward?
Correct. Until June 26th.
So law enforcement asked you to only analyze the data from June 11th to June 26th.
Correct.
But it's possible that you received data for a time period prior to June 11th.
Correct. I would have to refer back to the original records.
Do you know approximately, did you, for example, receive data for May of 2026 or April or March?
I don't recall.
when you receive data from law enforcement for whatever time period it may be, I assume that it comes to you in some kind of uploadable spreadsheet format?
Could you clarify?
Sure. When you get data, it comes to you in some type of file, correct?
Correct.
It doesn't come to you in printed out hard copy on paper.
No.
They would send it to you somehow, either on maybe a thumb drive or over email or upload it to the cloud?
Correct. Through our file sharing system.
Okay. So it's a digital electronic file.
Correct.
You mentioned that there's a program that you utilize to process that data. I believe you called it CellHawk,
Correct.
and that's a software program.
It is.
And you use the data that you get through your file sharing platform, and then you somehow move it over into the CellHawk program?
Correct.
And that's not done manually, I assume? Like line by line of the data, you just upload a file?
Right. It would ingest the data and then map it accordingly.
Okay. And so the mapping function is also taken care of by the program? It's not done by an analyst with your organization?
It was done by me.
Okay. It was a poor question, I guess. You get data in some type of format.
Correct.
And what is the format?
For this specific, so Verizon typically returns those in Excel format. Same with Google.
Okay. So then the Excel file that you have, you put it into the CellHawk mapping program.
Correct.
And that program, as you said, ingests that data.
Correct.
And then it provides you with some type of result.
Correct.
And for example, for the data on June 11th, you would put that into the program, and how long would it take for the program to give you a result?
It depends on the file size, but typically a matter of seconds. It would ingest the data.
And the fee that is paid to your agency by a law enforcement agency is done on an annual basis,
Correct.
not per project or for the volume of data that you're sending.
Correct.
I don't have any other questions.
Redirect.
I have nothing, thank you.
All right, you can sit down. This witness be excused.
That's the state's request.
You are excused. Next witness, please.
Mr. Anderson, have a great weekend. Thank you. The state would call Dr. Jordan Carson. And Judge, you just tell me when to start. This will be relatively lengthy testimony, or when to stop. This will be lengthy testimony, so.
We'll stop when lunch is here. Sir, come on up. Please be careful. There's a ramp. You can come right around the court reporter. And if you could just raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Could you please state and spell your first and last name?
Yeah, it's Jordan Karsten, Jordan Karsten.
How are you employed?
I'm a professional consultant for the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory's Office of Crime Scene Response, and I'm also a professor of anthropology and criminal justice at the University of Wisconsin-Oshkosh.
What does that mean, a professional consultant?
So I will assist anytime the crime lab thinks that they need help with forensic anthropology. So if there's a case that involves human skeletonized remains, if there's a case that has heavily decomposed remains, or cases where we're searching for clandestine graves, I get involved.
Briefly, can you describe your qualifications, for forensic anthropology.
Yep, I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in anthropology and a Bachelor's of Science degree in health sciences from Grand Valley State University. And then I also have a PhD in anthropology from the State University of New York in Albany, New York.
How long have you worked as a professional consultant with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
For the past 4 years.
Do you also consult with any other investigating agencies besides the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Yep, so I have worked for agencies including the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office, our State Department of Justice's Division of Criminal Investigation, the FBI, the Defense Department, over the course of these last 13 years.
And you stated you are also a professor. What university was that at again?
University of Wisconsin-Oshkosh.
And how long have you been a professor?
13 years.
And that's also of anthropology, correct?
Yep, anthropology and criminal justice as well.
So what, very briefly, just describe what is the study of anthropology.
Yeah, so that's a hard one for briefly, but anthropology is the study of humanity. And that includes, what it means to be human across all time and space. For that reason, a lot of anthropologists have spent time studying the human skeleton in an effort to understand human evolution over time. And we've realized that we can apply a lot of those methods in the study of the human skeleton to cases involving human skeletonized remains. And so even though anthropology is a very broad subject, my own specialty is in the study of the human skeleton.
So when you come out to the scene, what is your primary job is to identify bone or human bone?
Yep, so it depends on the kind of scene I'm called out to, but a lot of times if we are searching an area for human remains, my role is to identify any discovered items as to if they're bone at all, and then if so, if they're human versus non-human animal. So that's one big role. Another is to look for signs of clandestine graves and assist with the scientific kind of systematic excavation of those graves as well.
And what does that mean, a clandestine grave?
Clandestine grave is where somebody will attempt to hide human remains and by digging a hole in some place that's not a marked cemetery. And so we will search for those relatively frequently.
And what types of things are you looking for when you're looking for a clandestine grave?
Well, it depends. I mean, if it's a shallow grave, you might see some human skeletonized remains on the surface. A lot of times shallow graves may be disturbed by carnivore scavengers, and so we'll see human skeletal elements scattered around the surface, so we'll look for that. Otherwise, we look for disturbed earth. I will sometimes employ a ground-penetrating radar unit to look to see if I can find buried objects under the ground as well.
And what, can you describe that a little bit further, ground-penetrating radar units?
Yeah, ground-penetrating radar units are they look like little, almost like a little electric lawnmower. But what the unit does is it will shoot radio waves down into the earth. And then when it contacts any kind of object that differs in its ability to store electrical energy, some of those radio waves will be sent back up to the surface and it's registered by the machine itself. And so let's say there's a bone buried in a clandestine grave and we walk the GPR over it, because the bone varies in its ability to store electrical energy compared to the surrounding soil, then that will bounce back some radio waves and we can pick that up as a buried object.
Do you only respond to what we believe is a crime scene, or would you respond to in other circumstances?
Yeah, I respond anytime law enforcement or medical legal death investigators have a death investigation that involves skeletonized remains. They believe it will. And so although I respond to events that were criminal in nature many times, I often will respond to events too that are accidental deaths in a wooded area where somebody's not found for a long time and they unfortunately decompose and skeletonize, or other kind of situations, maybe not accidental, but potentially a suicide. So it depends. Sometimes they're not always criminal in nature. The thing that gets me involved is if they're skeletonized human remains.
And have you ever responded to scenes? You described a lot of scenes where a body is out in nature and the body has decomposed, so there's only bones left, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever responded to scenes, fire scenes, so the body has burned so that there's very little skin left on the body?
Yes, several.
So you do both of those things?
Yep, as long as the remains are skeletonized or primarily skeletonized, I'll be called in. So if the state fire marshal responds to a scene and they have severely burned human remains that maybe still have some soft tissue but are otherwise burned down to just bone or fragmentary bone, then I'm also called in to assist in those types of cases.
So sometime in June of, well, I believe it was specifically on June 26th, 2024, were you contacted by the Dodge County Sheriff's Office to respond to a scene on Wood Road in what would be the township of Kleiman, but mailing address Juneau, Wisconsin?
Yeah, I was contacted indirectly. So they contacted the crime lab for assistance, and then the crime lab's office of crime scene response contacted me to respond to the scene in the town of Kleiman.
And then did you respond to that scene?
I did.
And what was your role when you responded to that scene?
That day, I used a GPR, so ground penetrating radar unit, to examine one area of interest to investigators to see if there was anything buried. I did not find anything buried in that instance. And then I did help walk around the rest of the scene. And as people were searching the scene, some bones were found that day that I identified as being animal bone.
Did you later come back to that same scene? I guess I should say come back to Dodge County, this time in the city of Juneau, to the impound area of the sheriff's office. I believe it was on Friday, June 28th.
On Friday, June 28th, I did not. I responded associated with this same case to Adams County, where I helped in a land search where there were, my role was to simply identify any found bone as being bone, first of all, and then if it was human versus non-human animal.
Do you recall if anyone from your team was present here on Friday, June 28th, or if you just received some items that were located during a sifting from Friday, June 28th?
Yeah, there were DCI special agents who were present that day, and they sent me messages that included pictures where they asked me to identify items as either being bone and potentially human bone, if I could.
So was there another case day that you responded in June directly to the scene on Wood Road?
Yep, I believe that would have been June 29 or June 30. And that was, I was requested by the Dodge County Medical Examiner to come and excavate an area where they believed they saw a surface burn.
And on that date, can you briefly describe what you did on that date, what your role was?
Yep, I went to excavate that surface burn in an effort to see if there were any human remains associated with the surface burn that were concealed under the earth.
And we did, just for your reference, are you aware, was there a representative from the Dodge County Sheriff's Office present on June 30th during that excavation?
Yes.
And do you recall who that was?
There were several, but I know Taylor Niels, I don't know if I'm pronouncing his last name right, Niels was there.
And he has testified, but can you briefly describe what that means, excavation, what you direct individuals to do?
Yeah, so in this case, we divided the area of the surface burn up using grid squares. The purpose of that was to remove several inches of dirt from the area of the surface burn, and then each grid square would have its own sifter, so a screen of a 1/4 inch mesh, and then the soil that was removed from that surface burn was placed into the screen to sift to locate very small items of bone.
And why is it important to use that process?
To have spatial control of those remains, right? So that if we did find in a sifter any bone or any item of evidentiary value, we'd know the approximate location where it was located.
And on that date, on June, well, let me say the sifting that occurred on June 28th, and June 30th, were there any human remains located?
Yes,
And did you prepare a report outlining the human remains that were located on that date?
I did.
And I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 400. Do you recognize that report?
I do.
And what is that report?
This is a report that summarizes the findings of that excavation in late June of the surface burn.
And have you also reviewed a PowerPoint presentation that sort of isolates some photos and summaries of that report?
I have.
So does that, first, is 400 an exact copy of the report that you later submitted to the, did you submit it to the Dodge County Sheriff's Office or to the medical examiner's office?
I believe both.
And is 400 an exact copy of that report that you submitted to both agencies?
Yes, it is.
I would move 400 into evidence and permission to publish portions of that report to the jury.
No objection.
It'll be received and you can publish it.
So we'll just go to the first slide. It's just obviously the cover page of Exhibit 400, correct?
Correct.
And the case number there, what case number is that?
That's a Wisconsin State Crime Lab case number.
Because you are the, so it's not the sheriff's office case number because you are the consultant for the state crime lab, correct?
Correct.
And then moving to the next slide, this is the second page of Exhibit 400, correct?
Correct.
And what information is contained on this page?
It's just listing the different jurisdictions that I assisted with in this case.
And then does it also at the bottom give us the date of the report?
Yep, the date that the month that the report was submitted.
Now we have the report itself then contains a table of contents, correct?
Correct.
And then some background information, is that correct?
Correct.
That background information, is it fair to say that you just testified to a lot of that background information, how you got involved in this investigation, et cetera?
It is.
So now going on to what is page, formally according to the table of contents, page 2 of the report, what are we looking at here?
That is a fragment of the right temporal bone from a human individual. And specifically that fragment, the temporal bone is a bone that makes up the side of your head and part of the base of your head. It also includes the hole for your ear and a lot of the organs for hearing and also for balance, like your cochlea and your semicircular canals. The part of the temporal bone that makes up the base of the skull is this very large, thick chunk of bone called the petrous pyramid, and that's what's pictured on the slide.
So on a slide, and there is a laser pointer, right? I didn't want to interrupt you. Yep. So there's one end that's the laser pointer, and so if you press the red button, yep. So there's one end that is sort of white and one end that is black. Can you just sort of describe what's going on with this bone here?
Yep, so this is an image of the petrous pyramid. This is what would be a part of it that is inside your cranium, right, in the cavity where your brain is. And what you have is part of that petrous pyramid is stained black, so it's been charred. So when bone is exposed to fire of enough heat and for a long enough duration, it will undergo multiple changes to its appearance. The first change is it'll pass from the kind of off-white that's non-altered bone that you can see on the left side of the screen to the charred aspect that you see on the right side of the screen. Then after charring, bone will continue to actually change, and if bone is continued to be exposed to heat of intense enough temperature and duration, it will destroy the organic component of bone, and that leads to something that's known as calcination, where bone will look gray or white, and that's because the only thing that's left over is the mineral component of the bone. The collagen component's all gone, and that resulting bone looks very flaky. You don't see that in this picture. Instead, you see unaltered bone right here, and then charred bone, and then that little strip right in the middle, which is an area of transition between those two.
So now I'm going to go to the next image here, which is page 3 of your report. What are we looking at here?
Yep, so here you've got a good example of calcination that I just talked about. So right there, the one with the black arrow, that bone is, so you can see it's white and kind of white-gray and a bit chalky. That bone's been exposed to fire for a longer period of time, or a combination of that and fire that's hotter, that's resulted in the destruction of the organic component of the bone. For the rest of the fragments there, primarily you see really charred bone fragments, and they're small pieces of bone. They're, as you can see with the scale bar, kind of tiny little chunks of bone.
And then going on to our next slide here, this is going to be page 4 of your exhibit. And I think more we're discussing, just tell us what's represented on page 4.
Yep, on page 4, it's that same Petrus pyramid that we've seen already. This was the first bone that we discovered while excavating on June 30 to excavate out the surface burn, kind of burn pit area. And yeah, this was the first one we found, and the first one that I saw associated with this case that I could say was diagnostically human.
And what crime lab number would have this been marked?
Crime lab number 16.
And And when you say crime lab number 16, the crime lab actually put markers on each bone when we found it on this date of the dig, correct?
Correct.
So I'm going to show you exhibit 41 and 42. So you talked about gridding and then crime lab markers. So do these photos here demonstrate when we actually located and where we located exhibit 16?
They do.
So then I'll just walk by because I think it was Tuesday when the jurors heard this testimony. Walk by both of these pictures here just to refresh their memory where we found, and I think you call this, we were calling this a burn pit, but what's the term that you learned or you used?
I used the term surface burn because rather than a pit, it was kind of an area that you could tell was ashen. There's a lot of ash and had been scraped off the surface.
And really that is a more accurate term than burn pit because this was not significantly below the ground, correct?
Correct.
We sort of commonly would say when we think about a fire pit or an area that we would sit around where there's a fire, we would use the term pit, but this was all on just the surface level, and then it was removed. It didn't go substantially below ground.
Correct.
Okay, now going on to the next slide. Oh, and then those are 41 and 42 there in the slide. Going on next, this is page 5 of your report. What are we looking at here?
So crime lab number 19 was the label applied to this. It's a very small long bone fragment. It is so small, in fact, that there's not much skeletal anatomy preserved, and so it's not possible for me to say that it's conclusively human or not. All I can say is it is bone because there are You can see both cortical bone and trabecular bone here. It's the shape of it's consistent with it being from a long bone, and all that means is that the bone is longer than it is wide, like the tubular bones that make up your arms and legs and fingers and toes. But the fragment itself is so small that very little diagnostic anatomical markers are present where I could point to some shape-specific aspect and say, oh, that is 100% human.
So it could be animal, but it's not so conclusive that it is animal, correct?
Correct.
Like sometimes you're out in the field and you can look at a bone and say, oh, that's definitely a deer bone or a raccoon bone or something like that, correct?
Correct. It's just too small and fragmentary to be able to do that.
Now, the next slide of exhibit, or next slide of the PowerPoint here. Now we are looking at exhibit 21, which is, I'm sorry, crime lab number 21, which is page 6 of exhibit 400. What are we seeing here?
So crime lab number 21 is a maxillary, so that's your upper jaw, left second molar, so your big back teeth that you grind food down with.
And did you analyze this, or?
I examined it and to recognize that it was human in the field when it was discovered. It's morphologically, the cusp pattern, the overall shape of the tooth is diagnostic as being from a human.
And you, do you consult with a forensic dentist?
I do.
And who is that forensic dentist that you consult with?
Dr. Gabriel Legros.
And he was utilized in the course of this investigation as well, correct?
Yes, I believe he did examine that tooth.
Okay. Moving on to the next slide, and this would be Exhibit 48, and that is a picture of 21 in the field. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I don't know if that's your hand or someone from your team, but that would be someone just holding the tooth, showing what it looked like in the field, correct?
Correct.
And going on to the next slide, which is page 7 of Exhibit 400. If we can just zoom in a bit on this and tell us what we're looking at here.
Crime lab number 22 is another very small bone fragment. Because it's so small and there's almost no skeletal anatomy preserved, it's not possible to say what bone it comes from, a specific bone, and it's not possible to say that it's conclusively human versus some other non-human animal.
You have some circles on the bottom 2 items here. Why are those items circled?
Just pointing out here, right there where the laser pointer is, that there's an area of calcination. And so that's that like most advanced kind of color change that you see with fire exposure. And then in the bottom right there is just a good example of charring on this small bone fragment.
So do we scientifically know how long it takes to get from that point of just regular bone to sort of charring and then completely breaking down the bone?
You can't say that specifically because if you vary the time or the temperature, you can achieve these kind of things. But it takes longer to progress all the way to calcination.
And longer, like hours?
Longer or higher heat, I should say.
Hours, days, weeks?
Depends on the heat of the fire.
And do you know anything about sulfuric acid?
As much as anyone who's used it household-wise. And I do know of its applications in forensic circumstances as well.
So as it applies to human flesh, can it have any impact on human flesh?
Yes, sulfuric acid is a corrosive acid, and so exposure to human tissue will result in its destruction.
Okay. Moving on to the next slide, which is page 8 of Exhibit 400. What are we looking at here?
This is a very small bone fragment which is from a rib, but it's so small that it doesn't preserve enough anatomical landmarks or the overall morphology of a rib to say conclusively that it's human.
And what crime lab number was this?
Crime lab number 30.
Okay, and moving on to the next photo here.
Crime lab number 31 is a small cranial vault fragment. So when we use the term cranial vault, we're talking about the big rounded structure that houses your brain. Cranial bone is kind of like a sandwich. It's got two outer, it's got a spongy part that's housed in between some solid outer parts. And so you can see that in this fragment, but the fragment itself is so small that we can't conclusively say what part of a cranium it comes from. And because of its small size, we also cannot say that it conclusively comes from a human either.
So, but we can say that it comes from a cranium.
Correct.
Just not a human cranium.
And it may come from a human cranium, but we can't say that with absolute certainty.
Okay. And moving on to, so I believe I stated it, but that previous slide was page 9 of Exhibit 400, and now moving on to page 10 of Exhibit 400. This is now crime lab number 33. What are we looking at here?
This is another long bone fragment, right? So one of the bones that are tubular, longer than wide. It's pretty small. It, again, is so small it lacks enough anatomical landmarks or overall shape to say conclusively if it's human or not, or to say conclusively what bone it's from. But generally speaking, the size of it's consistent with, say, coming from a long bone like a human phalange, which is a finger bone, or maybe a metacarpal, which are the bones of your palms, or maybe toes, or the bones of the arch of your feet, which are all long bones and relatively smaller.
And so do we have any of that charring or evidence of burning on this bone here?
Yep, there is charring, evidence of charring that you can see right along the edges here. That part that's uncharred is a part that sits in the center of the bone during life. And then if you flip it around, you can see that the outside of it is also charred. So it's almost completely charred.
So moving on then to the next page. So this would be page 11 of Exhibit 400.
Yep, Crime Lab 34 is another small charred bone fragment. So it's again too small and preserves too little skeletal anatomy to say for certain where it comes from in terms of specific bone, or to say conclusively that it's human, but the bone itself is charred.
And then moving on to the next page, which is page 13, because I believe that page 12 just indicated that there was a crime lab number 36, and there was a determination that that number was not skeletal. Correct. So then we move to page 13 of Exhibit 400, which is crime lab number 37.
Yep. Crime Lab 37 similarly is a very small bone fragment that you can't classify to a specific element or say conclusively that it's human, and it's a chunk of charred bone.
And again, you use this word trabecular. Can you tell me what that means again? Trabecular. What?
The trabecular bone you can see right there. It's a little hard to see on the screen, but it is spongy bone. So inside a lot of your bones, you have this trabecular or spongy, almost looks like spindly bone. And during your life, that's where your marrow sits. So your bone marrow and also marrow that stores fat sits inside that trabecular bone.
And then going on to the next slide. So this would be page 14 of Exhibit 400, crime lab number 38.
It's another small bone fragment. In this case, it lacks any thermal alterations, so no charring or calcination. But again, the bone fragment is so small, it could not be determined to be conclusively human or recognized as to a specific type of bone.
Okay. Going on to page 15. of Exhibit 400. What are we looking at here?
This is Crime Lab 39, so this is a small bone fragment, but one that we can say is conclusively human and also recognize a specific type of bone. So on the screen right there, you can see what's known as the superior articular facet of a lumbar vertebra. The vertebrae make up your backbone or spine. Lumbar vertebrae make up the very bottom part of it that for most of you are probably resting against a chair. And then it's also the very back part of the vertebra called a pedicle, and also a little area called the mammillary process. And almost the entire little fragment is charred. The shape and size of the vertebra itself is diagnostically human.
And again, that is basically because of the nature and shape of this bone, correct?
Yep, enough bones preserved here, and in this case, several anatomical landmarks are preserved that we can use to classify the bones to a specific type, in this case lumbar vertebra, and recognize that it's unique to our own species, Homo sapiens.
And I'm going to show you Exhibit 52, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, and 60. These were all photos previously testified to by Lieutenant Nails. And if you could just briefly go through those, do those photos represent the bones that we just testified to?
Yep, several.
And some of them, we don't have markers in the dirt, correct?
Correct. Some of them were found in sifters.
Okay. And I'm just I'll do two at a time, walking them by the jury just to remind them. So this is 52 and 55. So which bones are we looking at here in 52 and 55?
Be number 30, I believe, in 52, and 31 and 55.
Okay. And then the next is 56 and 57. What exhibit numbers are we looking at?
So Crime Lab 33 and Crime Lab 34.
Okay. Now 58 and 59.
So 58 is 37, which is that lumbar vertebra fragment, and then 38 is a next bone, which I don't know if we've talked about yet.
Oh, I think that 37 might have been the one that was not.
Yep, a 38 is a small bone fragment that we haven't been able to ID as human or to a specific type of bone.
Skip that one then. We'll do 60 here. So we'll do 59 and 60. So 38 and 39.
38 and
correct?
39, correct.
And then moving on to, and I got ahead of myself there. So 16, what are we looking at here in 16?
Yep, number 37 is a fragmentary piece of a human vertebral body. So the vertebrae, the bones that make up your spine, have like a backwards part that kind of projects backwards and connects to muscles, allows you to move your trunk around. And then the bodies of the vertebrae are what actually bear the weight of your torso. And so what we have here is a piece of a human vertebral body. The size and shape of it suggests it's either from the thoracic region of the spine, which is the vertebrae that make connections to your ribs, or the lumbar region of the spine, which is the very bottom part of your back. That bone itself is diagnostically human in terms of its morphology, its overall shape. And then it has a mixture of charring and calcination. Then beyond that, it also has a small osteoarthritic growth that's recognizable and still preserved.
And what does that mean exactly?
Typically, the older you get, the higher the probability of this, but if genetics plays a role, obviously, so does your lifestyle. But over the course of the adult lifespan, some folks will develop small bony growths around joints. And so each vertebra makes a joint with the one above it and below it. And so little osteoarthritic growths can form in those kind of situations, and one's observable here.
And then going on to, so that was page 16 on Exhibit 400, going on to page 17 of Exhibit 400.
Yeah, so on 17, you can see in the circle the actually osteoarthritic bone spur. And then also included in the container that was labeled number 37 were a whole host of small charred and calcined trabecular fragments of trabecular bone, that spongy bone that sits inside many skeletal elements. So you can see those here. And so some are white and calcined, and others are dark and charred, and it reflects exposure to fire.
And does this show the different level of exposure or at all, or?
Yeah, I mean, so if you look here, you can see a level of calcination on this bone fragment that indicates that it has reached a point where all that organic aspect of the bone has been destroyed through heat exposure, whereas the one right next to it is charred and hasn't quite reached that level of calcination. So it does show a variety of types of fire exposure here.
And at some point, what happens to the bone the longer it's exposed to fire?
Then it becomes calcined, which almost makes it chalky, because all that's left for the bone is the mineral aspect of the bone.
And can we identify the bone then just by looking at the dirt?
Well, it's usually will stay whole unless it's pulverized, and so even in this, the lumbar, the vertebral body fragment that we have here, it's still recognizable even though much of it is calcined.
And how could one pulverize a bone after the burning process?
Like in modern, commercial cremation, bodies are burned and then they're pushed apart with, mechanical equipment. And so anything that would take a highly chalky calcined bone and kind of manipulate it mechanically would be something that could, result in greater bone destruction.
Could things like a shovel do it? Would that be strong enough?
Yeah, depending on the level of calcination, yes.
Could something like a hammer do it? Would that be strong enough?
Yeah, depending on the level of calcination, yes.
Going on to page 19. What are we looking at here?
19 shows a couple of additional bone fragments. So the two on the top are a cranial vault fragment that on the ectocranial surface, which is the part that's like towards your hair, is primarily calcined. And then on the endocranial surface is charred. This bone fragment is very small. So again, we can't say conclusively what bone it's from, or even in this case that it's for sure diagnostically human, but its overall shape is consistent with it very likely being a part of a human frontal, which is the bone that makes up your forehead.
And on the side of this, on the PowerPoint, so what crime lab or what container did these fragments come from?
Number 42.
And is this from the sifting from the, if you can recall, the sifting from the 30th or from the impound on the 29th?
I believe this is from the 29th.
Okay. Anything else on this slide on 19 that needs to be discussed?
Container 42 also included some small, very small bone fragments that were primarily calcined, like you can see here, and they're mostly trabecular bone. Those fragments couldn't be ID'd to a specific bone and cannot be said to be conclusively human.
And now moving on to page 20 of Exhibit 400. What are we looking at here?
On the very top are two views of a long bone shaft fragment from a larger long bone, probably something like a tibia or a femur. But again, they're relatively small and lack preservation of enough anatomical landmarks to say if they're conclusively human or even what specific bone they're a part of. But they're primarily calcined, as you can see, with the gray kind of color, little bit of charring in a couple of the corners. And then at the very bottom is also from 42 is another set of small long bone fragments that are likely from a non-human animal.
Okay. And now that concludes, fair to say that concludes the bone fragments that are contained within the report of Exhibit 400, correct?
Correct.
And then the last thing contained in Exhibit 400 are a summary of your forensic anthropological findings, correct?
Correct.
And so what were those anthropological findings as it related to the June findings?
From that surface burn, we recovered diagnostically human skeletal and dental material, the overwhelming majority of which had experienced thermally related changes to the bone, including charring and calcination.
And so were we able to say anything about the sex of the bones or anything of that nature?
The remains were too fragmentary to develop a biological profile of the decedent. So we weren't able to say conclusively that the individual was male or female. We weren't able to say conclusively how old they were at the time that they died. We couldn't say, what kind of population group they come from, if they're white or black, Asian, Native American. We couldn't say how tall they were, but we could say that there were human skeletal remains recovered from that surface burn, and those human skeletal remains had been altered substantially by exposure to fire.
Okay. And Judge, you do want me to keep going, correct? Or we're switching over to another report now, but I can keep going until...
Keep going.
Okay. So now at some point, were you requested to come back to this location in Dodge County?
I was.
And when were you requested to come back to this location?
It was in late October of that same year.
And do you recall why you were requested to come back to this location?
I was requested to come back because we had found so few remains of the decedent that we believed, or the investigators believed, that it was worthwhile to institute another search of the property in an effort to locate some of the missing aspects of this decedent's skeletonized remains.
And do you recall what specific date or dates you returned to the property?
I believe the first time I came back was October 24, and the second time I came back was October 30.
So referencing October 24, can you talk about what happened? Well, first, who you were with on that date when you came back on October 24?
Yep. On October 23, I was contacted by a Dodge County medical examiner who requested that I assist on a search of the property on the 24th. And so I drove to the property in the town of Kleiman and joined in on a systematic line search of the property where we had personnel from the Dodge County Sheriff's Office, the medical examiner's office, myself, arranged ourselves essentially shoulder to shoulder to walk across the property, disturb leaves, and look for any evidence of human skeletonized remains. And during that initial part of that search, we did find some bone, but at least initially, I was able to recognize them all as being non-human animals.
At some point, did you observe what you believe to be human bone on October 24th.
Yep. Investigators from the Dodge County Sheriff's Office called me back over to the area of the surface burn, and just adjacent to that, they had found some scattered, what they believed to be bone. After I went to that area and took a look at those scattered bones, I was able to recognize several diagnostically human skeletal elements sitting on the surface of the earth.
What, on October 24th specifically, what process was used then to collect and search in that area?
We flagged the remains, the bones that were present on the surface, and then we utilized another grid in an effort to recover those remains and see if we could find any that were depressed into the earth again and sifted through dirt that we excavated through.
And was there only one area that was gridded and searched on the 24th?
For gridded and searched, yes. And what was interesting is when I saw the scattered skeletonized remains was that it appeared to have been the type of scattering that was done by a carnivore scavenger. And near where these remains were scattered, we could see a small hole that looked like it had been dug at by some type of carnivore scavenger.
Was that significant to you for any reason?
It was to me because it was an area adjacent to the surface berm, and so it appeared that some human remains had been placed under the earth adjacent to the surface burn, and that at some point after we had left in June, carnivore scavengers located it, and it was not deep, and so they were able to dig themselves into that area and pull up human remains.
So then,
All right, this is a good place to break. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is ready, so you are excused. We'll take an hour for lunch, and please do not discuss the case. I won't elaborate. All right, we'll take an hour for lunch. record. Doctor, I remind you that you're still under oath. Do you recall that?
I do.
Very good.
The only thing that I would have for the judge is in terms of scheduling, I would say that the doctor is about an hour left in his testimony, and so I don't know if the court wants to give the jury an option to break or listen to more of the statement, or we just want to break early and start with the statement first thing on Monday. I just throw that out there. It's been a long week, and I haven't been able to really pay that much attention to what the energy level is of the jury today. So,
Well, we will hear the balance of the doctor's testimony, cross-examination, and then we will have the officer come back up, and we'll start with, but we probably will end early. We'll just kind of keep an eye on what's going on with the jury, and we'll give them their normal break in the afternoon, and we'll go from there.
okay, sounds great. Thank you.
All right. Bring in the jury. All right, to the jury, is there anybody who did not follow the instructions of the court? There are no hands. Please continue.
So, Doctor, I think when we left off before lunch, we were talking about the search on October 24th. We did a similar grid search as June 30th of 2024, and we just grid searched one area on October 24th, correct?
Correct.
And it was an area that was just adjacent to the area that was grid searched on June 30th, correct?
Correct.
And then did you also return back to the scene a second time in October?
Yes, October 30th.
And then what happened on that date?
On that day, we did some additional excavation, even farther, like kind of in the areas adjacent to the areas we focused on the 24th of October. And then we also organized a large line search of the property where we had a large group of individuals walking along, shoulder to shoulder, so that we could get eyes, overlapping vision across the entire property to look for any other scattered human skeletal remains.
During the course of both of the October 24th and October 30th search, were additional human skeletal remains located?
Yes.
Now, during this search, was the crime lab response team on scene, or just the sheriff's office?
Just the sheriff's office this time.
So we didn't have those green crime lab markers, correct?
Correct.
We just had orange flags at each item of significance, correct?
Correct.
And did you also prepare reports based on your findings from the October 24th and October 30th search?
I did.
I'm showing you what's been marked Exhibit 401. And do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what is that exhibit?
It's the report that I prepared following our search in October.
And I move Exhibit 401 into evidence and permission to publish portions of it to the jury.
No objection.
It will be received. Permission to publish granted.
So we're looking at a little small on the screen, but is that the cover? I think this is the first page of Exhibit 401, correct?
Correct.
The cover page has that same crime lab number and then now a Dodge County medical examiner number, correct?
Correct.
And now this one is dated February of 2026, correct?
Correct.
And same agencies involved as the first August 2024 report. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Now going to the first page of Exhibit 401, what are we looking at here?
So this is the left. It's actually a big collection of bones that are fused together from a human cranium. So that includes the left petrous pyramid, so from a part of the left temporal bone, as well as what's known as the basilar portion of the occipital, which is the bone that sits directly on the bottom of your skull, and it makes up the front border of the hole that connects your spinal column to your brain. And then there's just a little bit additional occipital there. That includes a hole for the hypoglossal canal, which is a nerve that leaves your brain to go out and control various parts of your physiology.
And you said, I'm sorry, which side of the petrous pyramid? What?
This is a left. So if you look right here is a left petrous pyramid, and it's fused together with part of the occipital bone. And so in June, we had found the right petrous pyramid of the right temporal bone. So the petrous pyramid of the right temporal bone. And in this instance, we've got the petrous pyramid of the left temporal bone.
And this is page 3 of Exhibit 401, correct?
Correct.
Now going on to an image that's contained on page 4 of Exhibit 401. What are we looking at here?
So this is a couple additional pieces of the left temporal bone. So this piece right here makes up the side of your left side of your head, what a lot of people think of as their temple. This is that piece right there. And then right there is part that actually makes up the space where your lower jaw or mandible makes a connection at the temporomandibular joint to the rest of your cranium. And so that's just a couple of views of that bone. And that bone has experienced some thermal alterations. So up on the side of the head, just above the ear, you can see there's charring, but a lack of thermal alterations a little bit farther down. And then there's a little piece right here that makes up what's known as the zygomatic process of the left temporal bone, which is a little arch of bone across the side of your skull. And that is also charred. And then next to that is a piece of the parietal. It's actually two refittable pieces. So the parietals make up large parts of your cranial vault on the left and right side. Basically think of it as the crown of your head. And this is a section that preserves a piece of anatomy called the parietal foramen right there. And it connects over to another chunk of the parietal and refits. that parietal has experienced both charring and calcination on the outer part of the cranium. You can see the white part there. And then the flip side of it is right here, and that shows those refittable pieces of the parietal that are charred. And in fact, it may be a little hard to see, but there are charred soft tissue that's connected to the brain, and the soft tissue covering it that's been charred and is still adherent onto those bone fragments. And then this is just one additional piece of parietal.
Now going on to page 5 of Exhibit 401, what are we looking at?
Yep, so right in the very top, right here, we've got a couple of pieces of a bone that's known as the sphenoid. The sphenoid is this bone that's kind of jammed right in the middle of your skull, but makes up part of the base of it. And sitting at the top of the base of the sphenoid is a little hole. This hole is known as the pituitary fossa of the sella turcica. And your pituitary gland sits inside of that little depression. And so that is a chunk of that sphenoid bone. It sits like right up in the middle of your cranium and makes up part of the floor of your brain. No thermal alterations there, but the breaks along the margins of it are all consistent with them occurring right around the time of death. They're not lighter in color. They look consistent with the surrounding cortical bone, and so that would have occurred around the time that this individual perished. Then on the next two, these are pieces of something that's another piece of the sphenoid, so it flipped around, just one piece, but a piece of the sphenoid known as the pterygoid plate, which is a projection off the bottom of your cranium and connects to ligaments and such. And then at the very bottom is another sphenoid piece, and so that is flipped versions of what's known as the greater wing of the sphenoid. And the greater wing houses your brain, like the floor is part of your brain, and then also makes up the back plate of the wall of one of your eyes. And so most of that has no thermal alterations, but there's just a little bit on the orbital plate that is charred. Otherwise, the rest of it has no thermal alterations, but the fractures to all of these bone fragments are consistent with them occurring right around the time of death.
And what does that mean, fractures around the time of death? Does that mean, can you go into that a little bit more, how you can tell that?
Yep, in anthropology, we recognize the perimortem time period. So around the time of death is when bone will break in a way that's characteristic with it retaining its living properties. And so the bone would still have had the fluids and fats in it that it would have during life. If you take bone and wait for a really long time after death, not really long, but depends on how long the decompositional process takes, and that bone becomes dehydrated, then it will break, it'll kind of shatter in a way that's not characteristic of the way that it breaks during life. And so the breaks that we see here and the colors of the fracture margins that are consistent with all the rest of the bone that can be observed indicate that these breaks occurred during that perimortem time frame.
And then you said that just those two bones on the very bottom have charring, correct? Nothing
Correct.
else on this page?
Correct. The rest don't have any charring.
And is that an indication, I mean, number one, you said that around the time of death, but the fire itself is likely not what caused the breaks.
Correct.
Because of the lack of charring, correct?
Correct.
Going on to page 6 now, what do we observe here?
This is part of the alveolar process of the left maxilla. And so it's a small fragment. There's no charring. The fracture margins are consistent with them breaking in the perimortem time frame. And then at the very bottom, so the maxilla is your upper jaw. So this is like the back part of your upper jaw. And then at the very bottom, you've got two different views of one bone fragment. This is the bone fragment, or it's actually the left and right palatine bones, a portion of each. The palatine bones make up like the posterior third of your hard palate. If you feel the roof of your mouth, right? It's the posterior third of the hard part of the roof of your mouth. And this is right in the center of that, along a feature that's known as the posterior median palatine suture. And again, on all of these that are pictured, the fractures are consistent with occurring in the perimortem time frame.
Now, we found in Exhibit 400, we talked about a tooth that we found. I think ultimately The dentist identified that as tooth number 15. Is that at all close to where this bone is located?
I mean, approximately, I guess. But this is not a part of this posterior palate or posterior alveolar process of the maxilla. Is not a portion of it that actually had teeth in it.
Understood. Going on to the next page of 401, page 8.
Yeah, so here are 3 different bones pictured kind of flipped sides that are parts of your mandible or lower jaw. So at the very top this is the right ramus of the mandible, and so that's the part of your lower jaw that sticks up and makes contact with the rest of your cranium. And it has no thermal alterations at all. It does have several fractures, though, that run across it that are all perimortem fractures across the mandible. And then below it is the left mandibular condyle. So this is the part of the mandible that actually sits in your temporomandibular joint and allows your mandible to rock open and close shut. And it has a little bit of charring on the side, but otherwise the breaks are perimortem. And then at the very bottom is the left gonial angle, and the gonial angle is the very back part of your mandible that curves around. And so that one is substantially altered by fire exposure. And so on the lateral side, so the side that kind of makes up the back outside part of your jaw, it's really, really charred. And then on the medial side, it's a combination of some areas that aren't charred and areas that are charred. The fracture margins on this fracture, though, are actually charred. And so fire and exposure to fire could have resulted in the fractures that we see there. Whereas the mandibular fragments that we've got up here at the top for the right mandibular ramus doesn't have any of that charring on any of the fracture surfaces at all.
And so those fractures on figure 23 and 24 that are at the top of the page, those are also fractures that occurred close to the time of death, correct?
Correct.
Going to Exhibit 9 now on, I'm sorry, page 9 of Exhibit 401. What are we looking at?
This is the hyoid. So the hyoid is a bone that floats and sits kind of in the anterior part of your throat area, and it attaches to a bunch of muscles in the region of your throat. And it is nearly complete, but it is missing on the left side. It's broken right where the pointer is, and it's missing that corresponding greater horn and lesser horn of the hyoid. This break, though, is not perimortem. So if you look down at figure 31 in the report, you can see that the fracture margins along that break are really light in color compared to the rest of the hyoid. And that indicates that they happened post-mortem. And so most likely the hyoid was fractured by scavenging carnivore.
And now going on to page 10 of Exhibit 401, what are we looking at here?
Yep, this is the ossified thyroid cartilage. So in life, you have a bunch of cartilage that sits in the anterior part of your throat, kind of by your Adam's apple. And with advancing age, this cartilage can ossify or turn to bone. And in this decedent, it did. And we can see that ossified thyroid cartilage from a couple of different angles.
And is this charred or burnt in any way that we can see here?
No thermal alterations were observed on this.
Going on to page 11 of Exhibit 401.
Yep, so this is the manubrium. The manubrium is the very top part of your sternum. So like right about where the knot of my tie is where the manubrium sits. It makes connections with your clavicle and some ribs. And so sometimes those connections, which are normally cartilage, can turn to bone. And so in this individual, the manubrium, which is bone, this is all manubrium here, those connections to the first rib actually turned to bone and ossified. They look like the little projections or horns off the manubrium. And then when you look at some of that ossified cartilage for the connection of the first rib, you can see actually on the very bottom that the fracture margins there are pretty light in color. And then if you look really carefully right here, if I can get my hand to stay steady enough, right there, there's a conical puncture mark. And that conical puncture mark is produced by scavenging carnivores and their canine teeth. And so when they scavenge bone and their teeth come into contact with the bone, they'll make these little punctures. And so it provides good objective evidence to the fact that these bones had been scavenged by a carnivore and scattered around the property.
And for the record, he was lazing in an area at the top of the bone represented in figure 36,
Right
36 or I guess it would be
Sorry, 36.
about halfway up the bone. It's a dark black mark about halfway up the bone in figure 36.
Going on to page 12 of Exhibit 401, what are we looking at here?
This is the left clavicle, or what most people think of as their collarbone. This is the center part of it that's towards your sternum. And so it's broken, so you don't have the whole clavicle that extends, from the center part of your torso out towards your shoulder. So it's just that medial or kind of central portion of it. But its fracture margins are, the color is consistent with the surrounding cortical bone, and they're consistent with being perimortem fracture.
And so is there any way to tell what could have caused the fracture of this bone? You say perimortem, so close to the time of death, correct?
Yeah, around the time of death. It could have been something like blunt force. It's hard to say because there's not very much that's preserved there.
And then going on to page 13 of Exhibit 401.
Yep, so this is a similar portion of the right clavicle. The right clavicle has just a little bit of charring on the very inferior side. And then its break is likely post-mortem. And so you can see the fracture margins there are really light in color where it's broken. And so that suggests that it was broken well after the time of death, after this bone had been exposed to soil and other kind of staining mechanisms in the surrounding environment.
And sorry, going back to page 12, the left clavicle, did the left clavicle have any charring or thermal alterations?
It did not.
Page 14 of Exhibit 401, what are we looking at here?
This is the first cervical vertebra, which is also known as the atlas. So the bottom part of your skull sits on top of this vertebra, and it allows you to rock your head back and forth like this, if you're saying yes. And we only have part of it. So it's just the anterior portion of the atlas that's preserved. And then where it's broken, the fracture margins are light in color, so it indicates it's a post-mortem break on here, which was likely produced by the scavenging carnivores.
Is there any charring or thermal alterations on this?
There are none.
So does that tell us that this was either not in the fire or not in the fire long enough to have significant charring?
Yeah, there's no evidence that this bone fragment was ever in fire.
So going on, let me ask you this. Is there any way to tell whether bone had ever been exposed to a chemical like sulfuric acid?
Through chemical testing.
Did we ever do that type of chemical testing on these items?
I believe samples were taken, but if it was carried out by a chemist, I'm not aware.
Okay. Going on to page 15 of Exhibit 401.
Yeah, this is the axis, so that's the second cervical vertebra. It sits right under that last one that we just saw. It's also partial. It's just that kind of anterior most part of this bone. It has a feature, it's called the dens right there. The dens is like a pivot point, and so it allows you to shake your head left and right like this. And so that's preserved here. On the posterior side of the body of this, there is a little bit of charring on this bone, just a little bit. The fracture surfaces on this they have a color that's consistent with all the surrounding cortical bones. The fractures appear to be perimortem.
So before death.
Or around the time
of death. Thank you. And just to clarify, everything so far that we have talked about in Exhibit 401, all the bones in Exhibit 401 from October are all conclusively human.
Yep, so far every one of these is conclusively diagnostically human.
Going on to page 16 of Exhibit 401, what are we looking at here?
So these are a couple of cervical vertebra fragments. So the cervical vertebra, the atlas and axis are part of that. So when we talk about cervical vertebrae, that's the vertebrae that make up your neck. So this is a body of one that comes inferior underneath, at least the axis. And so you can see the body of it here. This is the weight-bearing portion of a vertebra. And so that's going to bear the weight of your head in your neck. And that vertebra is thermally altered. Almost all of it is charred. And then there's a smaller cervical vertebra fragment here that it has essentially just very, very small bit of charring, but is mostly thermally unaltered.
And can we tell, is there any breaking or fracture margins in here that we can say anything about conclusively, or because of the charring we cannot?
For this one, it's all charred on all the fracture margins. And so those fractures may have occurred because of exposure to fire. On the lower cervical vertebra, some of that has kind of lighter margins and could be taphonomic in origin, or so it's happened post-mortem.
Page 17 of Exhibit 401, what are we looking at here?
These are two fragments of a thoracic vertebra, so the vertebrae that make up the part of your chest where your ribs are. And so at the very top is a piece of a thoracic vertebra that's known as a transverse process. It's the actual part of the vertebra that reaches out and makes a connection with the rib. And so it is charred, especially on its medial side. And so but the breaks appear perimortem. They could be due to exposure to fire. And then at the very bottom is a fragment, again, of a thoracic vertebra. It's what's known as the lamina and the inferior articular facet, so part of it that makes a connection to the vertebra that's underneath it. And it's also completely charred, including on the fracture margin, so likely broke as a result of exposure to fire.
And again, conclusively human, these bones.
All of them, yep.
Going on to page 19 of Exhibit 401, what are we looking at here?
So here are three different ribs that were recovered. This one's the left second rib, and it actually retains just a little bit of costal cartilage, which is cartilage that would make connection onto the sternum. It is not thermally altered. Then down on figure 55 is a left rib, I believe, and that is another left. Yeah, it's a left rib, and so it's almost completely preserved, but has fractures along the anterior, or kind of towards the front of the chest and posterior parts, with just a little bit of charring towards the posterior end. And then the last one's another rib fragment that also has charring along some of its fractured surfaces, and so likely fractured through exposure to fire.
Now again, these bones were not marked with those crime lab numbers, so we can't match up sort of photo to photo like we did before, but some of the bones are so distinct that it is, we can match up some of them. So I'm going to show you Exhibit 219. And tell me, are any of the bones shown on that page displayed in Exhibit 219?
They are.
And just which bone is that we can see on 219?
You can see the manubrium. You can see a couple of the rib fragments as well.
And the manubrium we talked about earlier, correct?
Yep,
In
it's
your
the very
test-
top of the sternum.
So, and this is from, according to the marker here from the sheriff's office, this would have been located on the 24th, correct?
Correct. In fact, I think that's right next to or even part of the hole of that had been disturbed by the carnivores.
And I'll just show the jury Exhibit 219. And we talked about all the figures on this page, correct?
Correct.
Now going on to page on page 20, what are we looking at here?
This is a small rib fragment. It's so small it's now possible to estimate or assess what side of the thorax it comes from. But it does have a fracture that is charred on one side.
So going back to the ribs that we saw here on page 19, so we have a fracture. Tell me again, there's a fracture that was caused
By fire in the circle, you can see. And then you've got other fractures that are potentially caused by some carnivores. And then others that are likely to be perimortem based on their jagged edges and the fact that they have colored bone that is consistent with surrounding cortical bone.
So, is it likely that these bones were in the fire at some point before they were buried?
You can only say that for the charred rib.
The charred rib.
Yep.
The other bones, we can't say that. Can't say that, but at least the one on the very bottom, Exhibit 57.
Correct.
Okay. Going on to 20. We talked about that already, correct?
Correct.
Now going on to page 22 of Exhibit 401. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, so this is a tibia. It is a left tibia, but it's been really substantially altered by scavenging, or I should say gnawing rodents. And so if you look, it's a little hard to see, but right here, there's a whole bunch of parallel striations along this bone. So like right here, you can see those parallel striations. Right here, you can see the parallel striations. Those are caused by rodents. Rodents have continuously growing central incisors, and so they look for hard things to gnaw on to wear those central incisors down. And so they will oftentimes take bone and use it to kind of wear down those incisors. And so rodents had really substantially altered this bone fragment through the process of gnawing all over it, to the point where it's altered the overall kind of shape of the bone.
And just for the record, where you were pointing at was the middle of the middle of figure 61 on page 22 of Exhibit 401,
Yep.
and then on the outside left edge, correct?
Correct.
And then anything else contained in Exhibit 63, 64, 65, and 66 that is significant?
Yeah, on 63 and 64, there's striations along this bone and basically a straight cut that are indicative of cut by a saw.
And were we ever able to conclusively match that up to any type of saw?
Not that I'm aware of, but the one thing I would add is that this bone has been altered extremely substantially by the rodent gnawing. And so it's not possible to say conclusively that this is human.
So then going on to page 23 of Exhibit 401, what are we looking at here?
It shows a destroyed end from on that one end of the tibia and then that cut end with the striations.
Is that the same bone that we were looking at on page 22?
It's the same bone, yep.
Okay. And is it fair to say that there was not further exploration done into this because we would have to test to see if it was conclusively human? It could have been some other type of bone. The family had animals and things like that, so we'd have to do further testing to really dive into this bone, and given the amount of evidence that we had, we didn't do further analysis. Is
Correct.
that fair?
Yep, that's fair.
Going on to exhibit, or page 26 of exhibit 401, what are we looking at here?
These are small fragments that come from, most likely from a human femur, so bone of the thigh. And so these are fragments that would come from the shaft of that bone. Unfortunately, they're fairly limited in terms of their size, so saying that they're conclusively human is not possible. They've also been, like the last bone, significantly altered by rodent gnawing activity. You can see that all along these edges, which has removed a whole bunch of the bone, even from these relatively small fragments. So this bone fragment here, that's very likely femur, just based on its overall shape and size, is also calcined in terms of, it's almost completely calcined across all of its surfaces with some areas of charring through exposure to fire.
And we testified about this before lunch. There's no way to know how long this was in the fire, correct? Because we'd have to know how long it was burning and how hot the
Yeah,
fire
not a
was.
specific amount of time, could not say.
Going on to page 27 of exhibit 401, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, these are additional long bone fragments that are calcined and charred.
And can we tell what part of the body these come from?
They're likely from femur or tibia,
Can we say that these are human?
not conclusively.
And then page 28.
Additional charred and calcined bone fragments.
And can we say what part of the body these come from?
For these, they're also probably long bone fragments, but we cannot say conclusively the specific spot.
And I just want to show lots of photos in this case. I'm not going to show you every one from the scene. I just want to go through a couple. So we'll do 21, 20, or 221, 222, 227, 228, 231, and 234. Start with these. If you can start with 221 and 222 and just tell us what we're looking at there.
Yep, 221 appears to be that first bone that was featured in this report, which is that combined left petrous pyramid and occipital piece. And 222 is what appears to be a rib fragment.
And were you present?
Along with some additional bone fragments, excuse me, with the maxilla, clavicle pieces, and rib pieces that are also visible, as well as the hyoid.
And were you present when those bones were located there?
I was.
And those are contained within your report?
They are.
I'll first show those. We did, the jury previously observed these, but I'll just show them again to refresh their memory. And these were located, I believe, on October 24th, correct?
Correct.
And then going to 227 and 228.
227 appears to be the right ramus of the mandible fragment. And 228 is tooth fragment.
And I think this tooth fragment was not in your report. I think that was given to
Dr. LeGros.
Dr. LeGros promptly before your report was written, correct?
Correct.
So again, showing 227 and 228. Were you present, though, when 228 was located?
I was.
This was also on October 24th, correct?
Correct.
.231 and 234. What are we looking at here?
231 is a bone fragment, calcined bone fragment.
Was that contained in your report, 401?
Yes. Yes.
And then 234?
And 234 is a non-calcined bone fragment. Oh, it's part of the temporal bone. So it's the left temporal bone, including the glenoid fossa, which was also contained in my report.
And then these were on October 24th as well, or?
Yes, correct.
And then final scene photo, what are we looking at here in 236?
236 is showing the outline of the hole that these bones have been placed into and from which carnivore scavengers removed the bones that were the subject of this report.
And Detective Rolfs testified about this a little bit, but can you just talk about a little bit more why we dug sort of as deep as we did?
Yeah, you can, through looking at the layers of the soil, see where there's a disturbance. And so we looked at the layers of the soil are called the strata of the soil. You can see where they're disturbed and mixed together versus where they're not. And we could find the outline of the hole with that, along with just recognizing the presence of disturbed loose soil versus compact soil.
Probably, unfortunately, you have more experience with these type of holes than you care to. Is that accurate?
Yes, I've dug more of those than I can count.
And that's Exhibit 236, just showing that to the jury. Now, have you also prepared two diagrams in this case known as the homunculus?
I have.
And we'll start with the final, I believe is the final page of Exhibit 401. Yes, it's the final page of Exhibit 401. What are we looking at here? And if we can just zoom in maybe a little bit on this. What does this represent?
This is showing the bones that were recovered and if they were thermally altered. So yellow bone is bone that was recovered and is not thermally altered. Black sections that are highlighted there are bones that were recovered that were charred. And the kind of bluish gray color are bone sections that were recovered that were calcined.
And to be clear, do we believe that all of these bones are likely from the same body?
Yes.
We only did DNA testing on one bone, correct?
Correct.
But why do we believe they're all from the same body?
All found in the same location in the same context.
And are there any duplicate bones that we were able to locate?
There were none.
And then you prepared a second homunculus, correct?
Correct.
Which is marked Exhibit 402. And of course, I don't know. And this is the second homunculus that you prepared, correct?
Correct.
And what is that second homunculus?
The second homunculus is just a close-up view of the cranium and the bones of well, I should say skulls, because it's the cranium and mandible. And it's the same level of information. It's yellow for bones that were recovered and had no thermal alterations, kind of the dark gray for bone that was recovered and was charred, and then blue for the bone that was calcined.
And I would move Exhibit 402 into evidence and permission to publish.
No objection.
All right, go ahead.
Again, that's the same, basically what's represented in the previous one, but more a close-up of the skull, correct?
Correct.
And it shows the underneath portion, correct?
Correct.
And which of these bones here were broken around the time of death?
Most of the ones that are yellow, the ones that you see in the skull that are yellow, so thermally unaltered, have evidence of perimortem fracturing. So the ones that are gray and blue on there, which are the bones that are charred and calcined, were at least very likely broken by exposure to fire. But the rest of these bones show no evidence of that, and their fractures are perimortem.
And have you ever responded to scenes that were known gunshot wounds?
I have.
And is the fracturing of the skull here consistent with the fracturing of the skull that you've observed on known gunshot scenes?
It would be consistent.
And the injuries, or I guess the bone fragment that we located and the injury to the skull, the individual that experienced these injuries, would they be deceased?
Yes, I think that is a reasonable assumption.
And is it fair to say that their brain basically would not remain in the skull with these types of injuries to the skull?
You're correct.
I don't have any other questions.
Cross.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
You indicated that you're a consultant with the Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory,
Correct.
and then you're also a professor at UW-Oshkosh,
Correct.
and your specialty is anthropology or forensic anthropology.
Correct.
Okay. You're not involved in determinations in this case as far as the manner or the cause of death?
This is not the role of a forensic anthropologist.
That would be more of a role for a pathologist?
And medical examiner, yes.
Okay. And that was not your role in this case?
Correct.
Your role in this case primarily was just to identify what bones on scene were human or possibly human versus animal.
That, and also document the thermal alterations and any kind of fracturing patterns as well.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Redirect.
Based on your training and experience, well, first of all, so the jury understands, what's the difference between a pathologist and a medical examiner?
Well, some forensic pathologists are medical examiners, but forensic pathologists are individuals who hold a medical degree, and for a forensic pathologist, their focus is in understanding what happened to somebody in terms of causing a death outside of the care of a physician.
So would a forensic pathologist, a medical doctor, typically get involved in a case there's some exceptions to the rule, but would they typically get involved in a case when there was not a full intact body?
For me, typically, it would be an anthropologist only.
So it would be difficult for a pathologist in a case like this to become involved to make a determination for manner of death.
They can become involved. Depends on what's recovered.
Nothing else, thank you.
Nothing further.
All right, doctor, you could step down. Thank you.
Thanks.
And counsel, is your next witness going to be to recall the detective?
Yes.
All right, folks, we'll take a break. We'll take a 15-minute afternoon break. I can tell you that we are heading towards early evening again today, given I think that you're going to be listening to some more interview. So, all right. re-sworn, just due to the passage of time, but you can come on up. Any reason we can't bring in the jury?
No, Your
Bring the
Honor.
jury, please. Bring them in.
Do you want to one now?
No.
I was gonna say. You pointed at me like you were already.
Sit
I'm sorry,
tight.
I'm just gonna answer.
It'll be just a few minutes.
There might be a few more there. Up piece of it is the exterior, so that's the start of the interior.
Before we even updated, is that what?
I can print one now, yeah.
Yeah, no
Page by
problem.
page,
Before that.
yeah.
All right, for the record, you are recalling.
Justin Cotney.
All right, if you could raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated.
And we are going to get back into the interview clip, but just before we get started, there were a couple of pre-interview things that I wanted to touch upon that forgot about yesterday. So one item, did you review Dodge County Sheriff's application submission that came in in the early morning hours of June 25th, 2024 regarding, so purportedly from Crystal Rasch?
Yes, I did.
And what was one of the things that stood out to you in that Dodge County app submission?
The location that was provided on Dewdrop Trail in Walker, Minnesota, I believe it was. My question was whether or not on the app, on the program that was used, if that was something that was a GPS location where the sender was actually identified through GPS on their device, or if it was a location that just could be entered by anybody. You could say wherever you were. So I did some follow-up work to determine that that location really had no merit as far as where it said it was. There was no way to verify where that actual location was. Anyone could put whatever location they wanted into that submission.
And the address that was entered into the app, what was located at that address?
There was like a family safety network is what it was called, and it was like a shelter for families and abuse victims. And to do my due diligence, I contacted that facility and tried to request some information if perhaps Crystal was located there. As typical in those type of facilities, they're not able to give direct information on somebody's whereabouts. However, I encourage them to reach back out, just as we had earlier with our local shelters, and we heard nothing back on that front. So I further reached out to that county, I believe it was Cass County, Minnesota, and I spoke with their sheriff's office. And I asked if there was any contacts whatsoever with any law enforcement agencies, with anybody by the name of Crystal Rasch, and provided her information, also verifying there was no contact made of any sort in that area.
And did you note too in the, you talked about that video, both the body cam and the squad cam video with Deputy Kukan, initially what Zachariah Rasch, one of the locations that he said that Crystal had gone before, did he mention a local domestic violence shelter?
Yes, he did.
And what shelter was that?
PAVE.
Did you also do any neighborhood canvassing here in Kleiman?
Yes. So myself and my partner, Detective Rolfs, along with other investigators, and we had other assigned staff, deputies and such, did do a canvass in the area to see if anybody had any contact with her and tried to determine when she was seen last at her house. And the consensus with everyone we spoke with was consistent with being about 2 weeks prior, around that June 7th time frame when she was last seen in the area. We also had people assigned to check with all area hospitals, as sometimes can occur with missing persons investigation. Somebody's not heard of from a while, their mail's piling up, and we are later able to determine that they're having a procedure or something done and they're just not home and available. So that's one of our first checks that is performed, and again, we did so in this case, and we're able to locate no information of her being treated anywhere.
And did you also confirm that there were no reported traffic accidents or anything like that involving anyone matching Crystal Rasch's description?
Correct. Yep. As standard checks with other local law enforcement agencies and even medical examiner's offices to determine if there may have been a death somewhere outside of Dodge County with a related individual. And again, there was not in this case.
Okay. Now returning back to the interview with Zachariah Rasch. We left off yesterday at 1811. I'm just going to back it up a few seconds to 1808, and we'll start playing it from that same spot, from 1808, so a few seconds before we stopped yesterday. Go ahead. From clip number 5.
I have no idea.
Again, I think you're an intelligent enough guy. We've had a long conversation.
I'm serious, I don't know where that vehicle is anymore.
What happened to it?
I got repoed. I wasn't making payments.
Okay. When?
Not that long ago.
When?
Like yesterday, I think it was.
Okay. You have any connection to that area?
No. I don't know anybody in Columbus.
That's
Or in Columbia.
Columbia.
No.
Okay, what are on the Dells?
No.
Any family out that way?
No.
Okay. Outside of being in Wisconsin Dells, the city, you ever cruise around the countryside or anything like that out there?
No.
Okay. So that vehicle, if it was processed, wouldn't show up anywhere in that area?
No.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge about where it would show up?
I have no idea.
What vehicle you been driving around here?
My Cobalt
The Cobalt?
Chevy.
Okay. And you talked about that being your ride back and forth to work.
Yeah.
Okay. Right now, if you understand the gravity of this. Okay,
This isn't all of it.
this is
This
just
is a sample.
snapshots. I want to sit here with folders and folders of information. All of this. All of these places have cameras. All of the highways have cameras. Your car is a mobile computer. Your phone is a mobile computer. Okay?
Crystal's phone is a mobile computer.
Again, I've been through tough times in my life. I can see you as a man who's been through a lot. I understand every man has a point. I could tip them one way or the other in their life. I'm asking the truth on what you know.
I don't know anything. I'm serious. I do not know where she is.
What happened to her?
I don't know. I don't know where she is.
So that transaction back at Menards, where that purchase is made, .32 ounce of Santeen Drano. 6 bottles of Drano. What's going on with the Drano?
Dumping down holes,
For what?
getting rid of animals.
Where do they know?
I don't know. A lot of holes have been popping up around my parents, and I'm just kind of trying to get rid of them.
Is that what brought you to do that?
Well, I don't know. I just thought I would get rid of them.
Is this something you've ever done before?
No. I've done motor oil and stuff like that and gasoline dumped down there.
Okay. Which I'd imagine working on cars you have a fair amount of, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. A Drano. It doesn't make sense to me.
Thought I'd get rid of them faster.
What made you think that?
Thought just figure it'd help faster get rid of the chipmunks and stuff.
Okay. And how did you learn that, Zach?
Like reading about it
And where'd you read about it?
online.
Recently?
No, it was a while ago.
Okay. Again.
Just like I read about dumping beer outside for mosquitoes too.
Okay. That seems like a horrible waste.
I've done a lot of weird stuff.
you see how these things from our end. So how is this purchase made to be Ram with Crystal's bank information? And you're making the purchase. I'm trying to find the facts here. How does that happen, Zach?
She's got 2 cards.
Okay. What can you tell me about it?
I have one and she has one.
Why didn't you tell me this earlier?
I don't know.
I asked you very specifically if you had an account, if she had an account, if you ever used her account, if she ever used your account. And you said no. You told me that she bought some stuff with cash, large amount, in the Dells.
Yeah.
Okay. You never told me about a bank account.
I'm sure it was discussed about her bank account.
I'm sorry, what's that?
I thought we talked about her bank account.
Not the access to it. You told me you did not. That she had hers, you had yours, you didn't have joint. You talked about it, she didn't want to do that.
It's not joint, but I have a card.
Again, why didn't you tell me about that?
I should have.
Do you have that card on you?
No.
Did you have it on you?
Yeah.
Okay. So, if you're making these purchases in all these locations, and you're heading in one direction, you're coming back down, why is that?
Huh?
What were you doing?
I wasn't doing anything.
What? Hey, you told me before your grandpa and your grandma, your relationship with them, right?
Yeah.
Talk about hanging on their porch, your uncle,
Yeah.
and your other side in Osage Beach.
Yeah.
You ever been up anywhere with them around the Dells?
No.
You ever been to Adams County?
Yeah.
When?
It's been a while.
What's a while?
With her.
Okay. Tell me about that.
No, we were just up there. Bumming around.
Mm-hmm. Can you elaborate on that?
Went to a flea market up there.
When?
I don't remember the exact day. Probably 2-3 weeks ago.
You ever go to your grandpa's land up there?
It's been a while.
What's a while?
Couple months, I think.
Mm-hmm. So you weren't up there yesterday?
No.
Day before?
No.
In the last 2 weeks?
No.
Okay, we've already crossed a few lines here where I know you haven't been truthful with me. Okay. Where's the silver vehicle?
I don't know. I'm serious, I don't know.
Come on, Zach.
I'm serious, I don't know.
You've made a lot of good decisions in your life, and I think you've made some bad ones too. Okay, again, like I told you, for a guy that's been through a lot of stuff, on that front I can understand it. We're at a fork in the road. The biggest fork of your life.
I'm serious, I don't know.
Showing you the tip of the iceberg of what we know. What Adams County knows. I need to talk with you, Zach.
Talk about what? I don't know.
I believe you do know.
No, I don't.
Let's go back to the Drano issue. And phones. And information that are on them.
What?
You told me before, the information on the phone, the Drano, or reading about it.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Yeah.
That was over a
You
year
get
ago.
rid of gophers.
Yeah, and chipmunks.
Yeah.
Dump it
Seems
on the
like an
road.
expensive option to me. Six of them? Not just that one.
No, there's a whole bunch of holes.
Was it necessary to make all the stops at all these different hardware stores and Walmarts? All over, you know, the south and western side of Wisconsin? What were we buying there?
Wasn't buying anything.
You didn't remember so you remembered all these details you gave me about the Dells and your day out there and, you know, your routine day and your work schedule and all this. But when I put a picture in front of you, visual evidence of you at this location buying Drano, an air cooler in Beaver Dam, again, just one picture here of one of these many transactions, using her banking information. And just that, you don't remember. Then we have the car that you're driving. They have multiple pictures. This is one. The pictures all over the place. Right? And it got repoed today. And you never told me about this until I put this in front of you, Zach. This is an opportunity to talk.
I ain't got nothing to talk about.
Could be at least acknowledge Adams County.
We were up there together.
Okay. Let's talk more about it. I believe that you were up there together.
Yeah, just bumming around.
Talk me through it.
We've got flea markets and race clothes out and did some other stuff. I don't remember what we all did. And we did go to the rapids when we were up there. I think. A lot of driving around up there. I think we did go to the rapids.
When was that?
2 or 3 weeks ago.
What did you do in the rapids?
She was looking at some clothing store. Goodwill. I went to a pawn shop, and she went to someplace next to the pawn shop. So remember they had a dog. I don't remember what place she went into next to the pawn shop. Because she didn't want to go into the pawn shop, so I went into the pawn shop.
What were you looking for then?
Well, just there bumming around to get anything.
I go to this pawn shop. So you walking in and walking out?
Yeah, I was walking around in there.
Okay.
Looked at movies there too.
Where else?
Remember being at Goodwill. Taco John's. Went to a quick trip there.
How about a rural property, Adams County?
No what?
A rural, like woods property.
I have no idea.
He doesn't stop anywhere.
stopped at a gas station.
Yeah. Nowhere else?
I don't think so. No, I'm not thirsty.
So why had our deputy comes and talks to you? The next day you take her around back up there.
Let's go up there.
Maybe just stop lying to me, sorry.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. You're telling me some truths. You're telling me a lot of lies. Just want to know why.
You know why I would.
Why'd you run up there?
I can go up there.
You did.
I was only in Columbus at Quick Trip.
You and father now. You did.
No.
Zach, you did. We need to stop. Yeah. It's not what I heard. It's just one opportunity to do what's right.
I'm telling you, I don't
just
know where
need
she is.
You to stop lying to me. I need you to tell me the truth.
No, I am telling you, I do not know where she is.
You signed the rights last week. Terminated rights with the kids. We talked about it.
That was a couple weeks ago. Or more. I just figured that's what's best.
I agree with you. And that alone tells me I know.
I'm not really hurting from it. I haven't seen him for so long or talked to him, so it's kind of like best for them just to let them have him.
Yeah. I think you're right. And they're being cared for. I think that was the right thing to do. I commend you for doing that. Just need to know the why.
I've been thinking about that for a long time.
You've been thinking about getting Drano at Menards for a long time.
When the chipmunks and all that stuff start coming around digging holes, yeah.
Outside of the chipmunks. You buy any tools?
No.
What tools did you buy?
I think it was a kit. It was a socket set. Yeah, socket set.
Where was that from?
I think it's Harbor Freight.
Okay.
I think.
I appreciate you telling me that. Because we talked about Harbor Freight before. And at that time you told me that you didn't. You hadn't been to Harbor Freight in a long, long time. So I appreciate you telling me that. Okay? What else did you buy?
Didn't buy anything else.
Okay. Again, tip of the iceberg. You know what I mean when I say that? If you don't, it's okay. I'm not trying to. It's a figure of speech some people don't follow. Do you know what I'm saying when I say that?
No.
Okay. So the tip of the iceberg in the ocean is just the end of it pops out. But the mass of it is actually under the water that you don't see. So right now, we're just getting to the tip of the iceberg. Okay? I know what's underneath. Now, we can sit here. We can get more photos. I'm asking you for the truth. It's a simple thing. It's the most basic thing we learn as little kids.
I don't know what you need to know. I do not know where she is.
You need to know the truth on where she is.
I don't know. I seriously do not know.
What were you doing in Adams County?
What?
What were you doing in Adams County?
I haven't been there in a while.
Yes, you have. You have.
I didn't do anything in Adams County.
So we started to kind of go there. At first you told me, never been there. Now you said you may have gone to a flea market, and that type of thing.
Yeah, that's with her.
Okay. Where else?
I'm pretty sure we went to the Rapids.
Yeah, we've established you've been to the Rapids.
I think we went to Boston.
Good.
That's about it.
Tell me about mustard.
Went to St. Vinny's there, I think it was.
Yeah. What time frame are we talking about? When?
I don't remember.
This last trip up?
Might have been, I don't know. I went to Denny's. And some little family restaurant there. Some little liquidator store. A Speedway there.
Okay. So outside of just being at home and going to work, we've been to a lot of places. Truth?
Yeah, that's with her.
Lies. Truth. Lies.
Yeah, it was with those places with her.
Guess you're him.
What about it?
Right here. You got it in the ring there.
It's just tape, so it stays on. She's questioned that too. While I was on there.
Okay.
Because it was loose and I wrapped it with tape.
So she filed for to divorce you.
Yeah.
You always wear the wedding ring?
Yeah.
You still
She told-
love it?
Yeah, she told me to wear it.
When'd she say that?
Every time I seen her.
Did it upset you
No.
about her filing for divorce?
No.
That doesn't upset you?
No. We never even fought about it. We were still spending time together.
What was the motivation for divorce?
Ends, that clip is 52 minutes and 51 seconds long. And again, so clip 5, I stated this on the record previously, but was at hour 1:58 and 41 seconds, ending at 2 hours and 51 seconds. Sorry, 2 hours and 51 minutes and 32 seconds into the recording. I do have another clip number 6. That starts at 2 hours, 56 minutes and 48 seconds. This will be approximately 3 minutes long.
What else? Again, we had like the 4 pages of transactions that as we're talking, we compiled.
Motor oil.
Said your car's been repoed,
Yeah.
but in the front of that car sure looks like you driving it.
I don't have it anymore.
Go check this. I believe you don't. Not at your property on J. But we know where the car is.
Yeah, I don't have it.
Yeah. I know you don't have it. Let's fill in the blanks. So again, when we're seeking truth, just so, you know, I've asked a lot about what you do for a living, right? We compile all of these things, which have a whole team working diligently. It has been for quite a while. We've compiled enough that now we're here. Now is your opportunity to give me the truth, your truth.
No, I'm telling you the truth. I do not
You're
know.
not.
Yeah,
We've already
I am.
established you're not. You're not.
Yeah, I'm telling you the truth. I do not know where she is.
You're not telling me the truth.
Yeah, I'm serious. I am telling you the truth. I don't know where she is.
I've lost count on how many lies we've caught you in now. It's to the point now, again, all's in your court.
I'm telling you the truth. I do not know where she is.
What happened to her?
I do not know.
You're lying.
No, I'm serious. I do not
You're
know.
lying.
No,
Yes, you are.
no.
That could be back and forth. Take some time. Take a drink of water. Think about what we've talked about thus far.
That's the end of clip 6. So again, that ended at 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 55 seconds into the recording. Sorry, yep, that's correct. Now on to clip 7. This one is approximately 22 minutes in duration. Starts at 3 hours and 1 minute and 59 seconds into the recording.
Car,
I don't know where that is either.
when you parked it in the woods, you
Yep.
remember that?
I ain't parking in the woods.
When you weren't at Walmart? Can't remember that. We weren't at Menards? Can't remember that. Or you don't know? We gotta do something.
I have nothing to give you. I do not know where she is.
Did you work at all? The last couple days?
What?
Did you work at all the last couple days?
Yeah,
You did.
yeah,
Regular hours?
yeah,
2 to 11?
yeah.
On all those days?
Not Monday.
Okay. What was going on Monday?
I overslept.
So then what?
That's about it.
Did you take the whole day off?
Yeah.
So you took off Monday, the 24th, right?
Yeah.
Because you overslept.
Yeah.
And the vehicle is seen up here. Yeah, I'm going. These aren't tricks. These aren't trick questions. I'm not trying to like trick you up here. Again, I'm presenting you facts. When I say you're lying to me, I'm not saying you're lying to me because I'm trying to like call you a name. I'm trying to cut to the point here that I know you're lying to me. I can prove you're lying to me. Can you give me some truth? And I do appreciate that.
I don't know where she is.
This isn't for me.
I'm serious. I do not know where she is.
This is not for me at this point. Never has been. This is another day of work. Okay? But for you, for Crystal, for the people who love you, for the people who love her,
I don't know where she is.
this is the rest of all of your lives.
Yeah, I don't know where she is.
If you don't, why were you there?
I don't know where she is.
Why were you there? You took off work, you said, because you overslept.
Yeah.
That's what you just told me. You took off work because you overslept, and then we're here. Why are we here? Yeah, I'm asking. I want to know how that happened. Because I know you weren't at work. I know you were here in this car. Why were you here?
It's got reported.
No, it didn't. You in this car. Why were you there? We know your car is now. We've already talked about that. I already know you put it there. We've already talked about it. I'm not trying to just repeat stuff to you. You know, I just want to make it abundantly clear. Again, these are not tricks. You were here. You offered no explanation earlier. Do you have any explanation?
No.
After our deputy spoke with you, the next day you took off work and you went back up in this car. And we bought a shitload of Drano, among other things. Why?
I was dumping it down the
No,
holes. Yeah.
no. Then
Yeah.
why would you drive up there to do that?
I was not there for that. I was there right at my parents' property.
24th,
I was right at my parents' property.
24th, same day, same transactions.
I was right at my parents' property.
You on camera, you in the car.
I'm serious, those right up in Pierre's property.
Standing on camera, in the driver's seat on camera.
Drain was dumped on the rabbit holes.
You were
Sunday.
on your property in the morning, probably.
What?
When you woke up. Before you left and took the day off and ran back up there. But not here. Not after buying that drainer. You didn't go buy that and then go all the way back down and then end up all the way back up north. And then your car ends up there.
The rabbit holes and stuff like that, and chipmunk holes, that was Sunday.
It was Sunday. So the purchase,
That was on the 23rd, that was.
23rd, okay. Still.
What are you burning in the fire pit out by your house?
All kinds of stuff. Garbage. Mom burnt up a suitcase. Wood.
A suitcase.
Yeah.
When'd you burn that?
Yesterday.
Your mom did?
Yeah, she was in the house. She was getting rid of stuff.
Okay. What kind of suitcase?
Those old, crappy thing. She was cleaning.
Yeah.
It was a blue suitcase with another suitcase inside it.
Mm-hmm. What else?
That was it.
What time was the burn?
I don't- 3, 4 o'clock. She burnt some food, marshmallows.
Mm-hmm.
Some nuts. Oh, that was a bunch of boxes.
Mm-hmm.
I threw part of an old pallet on there.
Were you helping her out?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. In what way?
I was just throwing the stuff on there. I didn't even carry stuff out of the house and
Mm-hmm. Anything else?
mm-mm.
Okay. So again, I gotta go back to it. 'Cause it's still something I don't know. How are you up here? And why?
Looking for her.
You were looking for her?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Tell me more about it.
Never found her.
As much as you can tell me about your day that you took off work to go look for her. Tell me about it.
Just went driving around looking for her.
Mhm. Where?
Just around Columbia County.
Why there?
Places that we normally go to.
Such as?
Like, I drove past St. Vinny's.
Mm-hmm.
And I drove around like other places.
Where else?
Out by Portage a little bit.
Okay.
That's it.
So that's where this would have been, when you were up looking for her.
Yeah.
How far did you go past Portage?
Not very far.
I appreciate that. Okay, but it doesn't explain why that got left there. You told me earlier that was repo.
It's up for repo.
I believe that. But you never told me after you dumped this car. Anyway,
I didn't dump it.
where's the car?
I don't know.
Okay, well, why's the car in the woods?
What?
If you don't know, how did you get home?
Your mom came and picked me up.
And which vehicle?
Hers.
Which one?
The Buick.
Okay. Where'd she pick you up at?
In Portage.
How'd you get to Portage?
I drove that.
And then, where did it end up?
I don't know.
Okay, so you drove to Portage. I just want to make sure I'm getting all this right, okay? So you take off work in the morning, right?
I work in the afternoon.
You take off work for the day because you were oversleeping. You decide to go looking for Crystal.
Yes.
What time do you start work?
2.
You overslept and it's 2:50.
Up there, it's 2:50, mind you, not here. So it would have took you what?
I didn't get up. It was like 2 o'clock or a little after 2 I got up.
Okay. All right, so as you're telling me, you oversleep, you call in for work. You decide, I'm going to go look for Crystal.
Yes.
Okay. What made you decide to do that that day?
I went on Sunday too looking.
Mm-hmm.
I was driving around Dodge County looking.
Okay. What was your intention if you found her?
Try to get her to come back.
To come back where?
Just back anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you're on your way up there. You stop again, a couple spots. You at some point decide, well, I'm going to drop my car in Columbus. Is what you told me. You parked, right?
Portage.
Portage. Okay. So, and then you have.
I didn't drop it. I came out and it was gone.
Okay. You came out of where?
The store.
Which store?
Walmart. I think it was Walmart.
Okay. And about what time would that have been?
I don't remember.
What if we said we talked to your mom?
Okay. What for the truth?
Mom's not a liar.
We don't have your mom on camera.
Well, the quick trip, I was driving her vehicle.
I'm sorry, what?
I was driving her vehicle at Quick Trip. I paid for gas in Columbus.
Where did your mother pick you up?
Okay.
She told us.
She picked up Portage.
You just said Columbus.
No, I put gas in her vehicle in Columbus at Quick Trip. I used my card.
What did you tell your mom about why you needed a ride from there?
Vehicle's getting repoed.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't explain all the other pages that we have. So after the vehicle's repo, you transfer over to your mom's car, the Buick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell me about what you did after that.
Didn't do anything.
Well, you did something. You told me that you put gas in her car.
Yeah. Went back to their place.
Okay. And specifically, you put gas in her car with?
Quick Trip.
Quick Trip?
Columbus.
Columbus.
Which you never go to because you prefer Speedway. Anyway.
But I wasn't going to drive all the way to Watertown.
Well, you said you never went to Quick Trip, so.
Yeah, I normally don't, but they're cheap.
Anyway, I just point out that it's just more of the
So
same.
they're only 3.0 something a gallon.
Yeah, it's just more of the same.
So, you get home, you say you drive?
Yeah.
Did you make any other stops that you didn't tell us about before?
No.
Okay, so you don't make any stops, you get home, and then Mom decides, we're going to burn a suitcase today.
No, I started cleaning.
Mm-hmm. And just on the same day, we're randomly going to burn a suitcase, burn some Drano bottles, and what else?
Boxes.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of boxes. Magazines.
Yep. Or in the boxes.
Food. From the food pantry.
Mm-hmm.
They were rotten. It was rotten.
Okay. And what, like, where's this fire pit at the property at your place?
By the mountain system.
Okay. You guys burn garbage often?
Yeah.
Yeah. When was the last time before that you did?
Sunday.
On Sunday.
This Sunday.
Was that you as well, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm just clarifying.
So that ends at, again, that's clip 7 ends 3 hours and 23 minutes and 7 seconds into the recording. And we're going to keep going for a judge the next clip.
What's that? Your mic.
Sorry, I had it on, turned it off. The next clip we have is clip 8. 3 hours and 32 minutes and 25 seconds is when it stops, or starts. It'll stop at 3 hours, 46 minutes and 42 seconds.
So another 20 minutes. And how many more are you intending to play?
So I guess that's up to the court. There's a total of 17 clips. Most of them are less, about 10 to 20 minutes. There's one one longer clip left. The rest are shorter in duration. So I can play however long, clip 8 that the court wants me to, and pick up whenever.
All right, well, let me ask the jury. It's obviously Friday. You've obviously been with us for...
Not that anyone's counting.
Okay. I'll go with 5. 5 days. At this point, would you prefer to take a break and come back on Monday and start fresh? There's a lot of...
And just so the jury knows,
There's a lot of nodding in the affirmative.
for the state's case in chief, Justin Cotney is our last witness. So that as far as the state's case, I believe we would likely conclude Monday.
So, all right. Consensus it appears to be, let's knock off for the week and go from there. All right, folks, lest I let you out of here with repeating myself for the 5th time. 5th time, got it. I got visual aids here. Folks, there's going to be obviously 2 days, and I'm sure you're probably going to miss me terribly, but please remember my words. My words are that you should not discuss this case. You should not listen to the radio about this case. You should not do any computer searches. You should not listen to any television reports or watch any videos regarding this. And please keep your family from asking or talking about it. They may have some idea what's going on, but you absolutely can't do that. Understand if in fact you don't follow these rules, it may be that I have to excuse one or more of you, and if we can't complete this trial, we'd have to start all over again. So please, it's a lot of expense to the taxpayers. It's so important for all of the parties that you stay with us. So with that. And there is good news. My mixer was delivered today. So we will have carrot cake on Monday. All right. Have a great weekend. All right. Anything before we break?
The state is going to file at the end of the day today a motion for reconsideration on the messages that we addressed earlier. So we will file that at the end of the day, and I am just requesting that that be taken up before the close of the state's case, so we can do that on Monday morning or just before the conclusion of
We will do
Detective
that on
Cotney's.
Monday morning. It'll give me something to do this weekend. Thank you.
8:30, Your Honor?
That is it, 8:30.
Thank you.
Actually, we'll start at 8:15. We'll deal with that motion to reconsider. We'll bring the jury in at 8:30.
Thank you.
Folks, have a nice weekend.
You
Thank
too,
you.
Your Honor. Thank you.
We are adjourned.